Okay, let me get the game pulled up, and there's a lot going on in the gameplay right now because I was in the middle of making sure that I set some stuff up correctly last night. So, okay, so that works. Let me show document mode. Okay, there we go. All right, how's it going, everybody? It's been a little bit, but good to be back. We have a lot of things to cover, so here's like all the notes I took about what people have been finding on the Discord. It's pretty technical stuff. It's very uncharted waters for glitch hunting in this game. It's like things that are glitches people have found in the past but not really thought much more of at the time, and we're kind of going back and hyper analyzing like at a coding level what's going on with them, stuff like that. And there's also a few other things that are really cool, like a slight optimization to the Dorian glitch. Phoebus found a way, I think, to get Shadowmere into a city, it sounds like, which means, hey, Chase W94, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. So Phoebus found, allegedly, a way to get a horse into a city, so we're going to try to use this method. It's pretty crazy. You use Wabbajack. So I might warm up with that and then get into the more technical stuff. And then also, as usual, we're trying to balance the difficulty of routing and the time save that the Boris versus the sewer exit versions of class resetting would have, because we're trying to figure out which one's the better option. They seem very similar, and they each have their own merits. It's getting really hard to tell which one to go with, so we're hoping to learn more information that will prevent us from having to completely route two separate things, essentially. I've not been following too closely lately. You know, Discord if there's any math-related things. Yeah, so there's some math stuff going on. I think... Oh, well, one thing is, I don't know if you noticed, Whatha found out that you can actually get a much higher level than we thought you could. You can get 207 in the vanilla game, that's confirmed. But what Huff figured out with DLC, let me show you the visual here. So he uses Knights of the Nine to give him 5 agility points. And this isn't for 100% run for people out of the loop on this. This is just trying to mathematically optimize the like true maximum character level. Class reset kind of invalidates this, but we're using this to try to figure out a thing about Ogma Infinium. So 5 Knights of the Nine points there, and then he does basically your strategy, Lex, all the way up to before the big personality dump, and then he puts 10 points of Feldu in at that point. So he does it early so that more stats are maxed out without actually leveling up, and then does the personality dump, then lets everything get removed from the Feldu and the Knights of the Nine, and then does like the regular algorithm, does a second dump, and he managed to get up to level 257 instead of, I don't remember what the previous one is. I think it's, well, actually it's in the vanilla strat, isn't it? Yeah, so 247 is what we thought was the maximum, and now it's 257 with a little bit of extra tomfoolery going on there. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, if you wanted to like look into that, there's all kinds of weirdness in there, including like, can vampirism push the stats to be higher even sooner so that you can do an even greater dump of attributes, things like that. Like the timing of all of it's really hard to figure out. But yeah, so that was Whatha's stab at it, with just trying to incorporate everything but vampirism, essentially. And then we realized, oh, vampirism might work. So yeah, there's that. And then, okay, so for those of you who don't know, there's this project knowledge base thing that I'm trying to compile using all the, because people are making all these spreadsheets and everything, and I'm trying to get it all in one like central location with like all the most up-to-date information so that none of us are like accidentally redoing the work someone already did. So for example, the most important document for now is the glitch hunting one, which I threw together using, it's a lot of information people have found about glitches, and a lot of things I'm theorizing are possible or that other people have theorized are possible. So For example, I'll get to glitch archaeology in a second, but for example, we're trying to figure out how to fix the wait timer bug, which is due to the class reset glitch. So I wrote up a little thing about how it works, and then a few of us were analyzing this on the Discord, so I threw together like the code analysis of exactly what's going on and why class reset breaks waiting of NPCs. We found and isolated this exact variable name and its value that we need it to be at, and then using a thing that I should pull it up and show you guys because it's too cool not to show. Does this hide this? Okay. It's gonna take a second to throw up here, but let me pop this open and get it into Windows Share because you're gonna find this to be very interesting. So let me pull the database up. Okay, so for those of you who don't know anything about database stuff, wait 1 second. Where did this isn't showing up for some reason. I need. Oh no, that is it. Okay, sorry, I haven't opened this on here before. Okay. This is cut off a little bit, but because I have filters and stuff. But just as a quick way of showing this, Valornan made not only a save file reader, he's the one who made the save file reader, he also made an ESM reader that literally reads all the scripting and stuff in the whole construction set and made it into this extremely nice database for quickly analyzing stuff. So for example, let me pull up the document here. In the document, it says we need set in char gen to be 0. So when we're like looking through the game files, we're like, where are all the places set in char gen exist in the code? So using Valornan's database, we can go to browse data. We can look, I think it's, oh, I can't remember. Hold up. I gotta look up the buzzword for this. I can't remember it off the top of my head. So it's somewhere in here. SCTX. Oh, thanks. Okay, so we do SCTX, and then what do we want in the script? Well, we want set in char gen, and then it'll look through the database of all the code. This is at a level that sits above the game engine, so we can't look at how the game engine works. But did I do something wrong here? Or do I have to hit enter or something? I've only used this like once. I have the right database open. Or maybe I typed something wrong. Is it quotations? Am I doing something wrong, Valornan? File reading is slow. Oh, it's just determining row count. My computer might just be really slow right now. Basically, this is supposed to just pull up everything. Actually, okay, here, I'm gonna turn the filter off really quick and see if I have a setting wrong. Sorry to like immediately tank the momentum of this, but okay, so this is what I'm looking at. There we go. Okay, it has nothing to do with the filter, but so it pulls up. Usually this goes significantly faster. I think my laptop's just kind of like chugging because I have the stream software running at the same time. So we type in what we want and what type of thing it is in the code, and now we can look at all of the scripts in the game that include mention of this variable. So it's based on hard drive speed. Okay, that's definitely my computer's problem then, because my laptop is very slow. But okay, so you can see here, this pulled this out of the ESM, and it says all this info about it, and the code is right here. So we know that in this script, it says set in char gen to 0, and we know here it says set in char gen to 1. So we know definitively, without having to pour through the construction set manually, we like instantly, because my computer's slow, with a better computer, we instantly know that these are the only two parts of the game that change this variable, and we can rule out the possibility that we're missing somewhere else it could be. So we can immediately look past that. We don't get held up on like trying to pour through everything, trying to locate like, well, maybe set in char gen's affected by this kind of thing. We don't have to theorize anything. It's just we can see where it actually occurs to speed up the process of discovering stuff like this. So I don't know another like right off the bat, like or off the top of my head. I mean, I don't know like a super good one to look at. But like for example, we had. Like, okay, so show class menu. We need show class menu, right? So let's see how long this takes. Okay, so we know show class menu shows up in two scripts. It shows up in CG sewer exit script, which we could then go look at in the construction set to see it in a nicer formatting. But basically, we know, okay, so in CG sewer exit script, somewhere in here it mentions show class menu, and that's right here. So we know that one of the two spots in the game you can open the class menu is from the sewer exit, which we already knew. And then, of course, this one's going to be show class menu during a quest stage where Boris asks you for a class. So we know that definitively we know that there's only two spots you can update the class menu, which makes it even easier to avoid guessing randomly on where we might be able to pull up a class menu elsewhere in the game, stuff like that. So that's Valorant's database. I'll probably leave this open because I'm going to probably need this at some point today. I'm not entirely sure, but let me bring it back to document mode and continue explaining some stuff. So we know exactly how the wait timer bug works, other than a solution to it. There's some wild, crazy theories about how it might work. One of them being that someone who knows a little more about programming stuff might be able to definitively disprove this. But let me find the script. So this is CG sewer exit script. You know, I can't actually show this right now because I haven't made a code analysis page for this yet. Basically, I was going to take important chunks of code that are in the construction set and do this, where I take the whole thing. Oh, my comments are gone. Oh, no, they're okay. So I annotated this entire thing so a non-coder can look at this and more easily understand what's going on with it. So it'll say, like, you know, what does menu mode mean? It's a script that happens automatically once you enter any user interface screen that pauses gameplay. That's like a standard aspect of this. So like these two things are like separate chunks of code Augma runs. Long story short, Augma has this function called a message box where it pulls up all these options and you pick an option, and depending on what option you click on the thing, it returns a value to this button, and then whatever value it is corresponds to which thing you picked. So button 3 means you didn't pick a path. Button 2 means you picked the path of spirits, right? In the sewer exit menu, it has 4 options, just like Augma. So if you pick the option that's the same number button return as the sewer exit menu, I'm wondering if there's a way to inject Augma's button input into the sewer's message box, basically, is something I've been thinking might work. But I don't know, because I know with Augma stuff, we've been able to interrupt a script halfway through, like, because this is outside of menu, this is inside of menu. So in that interim between the two, you can actually pause the game or, like, close the book or do some weird stuff that interrupts it and pauses it and queues up the second half of the script. So I was thinking, can you do that with the sewer and inject a different button value into it? Because the sewer's menu mode thing is not contingent upon actually activating the message box. When you exit the sewer, it actually runs this code. It just doesn't return anything because you haven't clicked anything. So I'm thinking if you could have it think you clicked something when you didn't, it'll still go through the message box logic and pull up the thing, if that makes sense. Sorry, I wish I had a more visual way to show it, but I can't because I didn't make a file for this yet, and I'm going to get to that soon. But yeah, so we have this for like analyzing how Augma works and stuff like that. And this is all available on the Discord, and I guess I should start linking this like in the actual Twitch panels as well. But on our Discord, we have this master spreadsheet that I threw together. I'm going to find a better way to organize project workflow. Stuff kind of blew up and got out of hand. Like, I have to kind of catch up on how to organize all this workflow stuff with so many people working on so many different things. But I've kind of isolated it as route logic and tech research, community discussion, route automation tools, and web page development, and then my individual task of just getting the knowledge base compiled. So I've been doing a lot of this offline, and stuff like that. So we have like glitch hunting is a task, and like what the latest stuff about that is. Attribute allocation, currently we're trying to update the DLC. These are the people who are like the most knowledgeable about that thing. If you see your name here and you don't want people asking you about how this works, I can remove your name. I just figured like these are the people that know the most. So, like, Yeti knows the most about the vector salesman algorithm because he programmed the whole thing. Wadha has far and away done the most research on, like, the ratio between athletics and speed and stuff like potions and things like that. Hey, Pop, it's going well. How are you doing? So anyway, yeah, this is all the tasks that are currently going on, and then these colors just represent the total progress towards my goal of making a thorough knowledge base about that thing. So like the famed discussion summary is only here for posterity, but basically we got final results, we listed everybody's information that they had discussed on the Discord. We now have this standalone document as a reference point for why we ended up deciding the fame discussion summit, basically. We have a route requirements page where I'm making like a more official ruling now that we have decided on the fame. So this is like the new official rules. I haven't finished it yet, so hence the quotes. But I'm waiting on community feedback on this to see if anyone has any other opinions on formatting and stuff. And then I'm going to make a separate document that's like the rules of like what you can and can't do legally within the bounds of these requirements for the run, stuff like that. But anyway, so for glitch hunting, we have duping, augment, fame, and these are things that might not even exist. Keep that in mind. We're hunting for things that may not exist. So these are all the things we know about Augma all in one place. And the reason I pulled this up is you can get to this by going to our Discord, to our project knowledge base, which is in the 100% general channel, and then from here you can just kind of, the goal is to make it easy to navigate. So it's like, oh, I want to learn and contribute to glitch hunting, so I can click here. Here's everything about glitch hunting, you know. Oh, I want to know what the deal is with optimizing well, attributes we talked about earlier. I want to optimize attributes. Here's a quick link that goes to a spreadsheet that I'm adding in text descriptions to explain why the spreadsheet exists and what to look for when reading the spreadsheet, so it's not just random data to a non-informed viewer. And then of course the original thing that someone contributed. In this case, I did take what Lex did and I reframed it in a more visually concise way, because Lex had like 1,000 different things he was testing kind of in a sandbox environment. So I took the one that worked and I reformatted it here, gave the credit to Lex here and all that. So you can look at Lex's original sheet if you want. So the goal is to properly document and not forget anything anyone's learned. And it's taking me a really long time to compile this information, but I'm getting close. And then, like, another example is if you want to learn everything about the current process of trying to optimize random skill books. Random skill books are broken into 2 subtasks, which are scouting for dungeons and the RNG manipulation. Scales has a GitHub where he's compiling info on RNG manipulation, so his documentation's entirely separate. Congratulations on the project manager promotion. Thanks for all in. But yeah, so Scales RNG GitHub research is all compiled on his end. He's handling that all separate. And then I have this document I threw together. This is representative of what other documentation is going to look like. So you can see why I haven't streamed very much, right? Like with all this stuff I've been trying to throw together. But anyway, so this is, oh wait, did I click on something? Anyway, this is how all the documents about all the different primers are going to work. So I'm going to have a map exploration primer. I'm going to have one about the class reset once we learn more about potion stacking. All these primers are going to have this format where it has an overview, it cites sources, it has like a breakdown of how all the mechanics work and why we need to save time on this and why we currently can't figure out how to save time. And then the solutions we've implemented that have created some time saves. So first of all, like dungeon scouting on stream, myself and other people in chat were going through the wiki and we went through every single dungeon in the game and confirmed these 3 are the best ones for skill books. So I've written why we did that and how that all worked, and now we have definitively this proves the non-RNG manipulation optimal way to look for skill books, right? Unless another glitch ends up getting discovered. But then RNG manipulation, just some basic info for people who don't know how RNG works, a link to Scales' video that he made that shows how he manipulated RNG in the game using direct editing of the game's memory with cheat engine, just as like a theory craft of how you could do it. So, you know, all sorts of good stuff like that. And I'm going to make a document like this for every major project we're trying to overhaul in the game, like all the different categories of things. So if anyone has a better idea for how to organize stuff like this, let me know. This is like the first version of this, and people gave some small ideas and stuff on how to split this up, but I'm sure there's much more I could be doing. But I'm currently, like, I don't want people to have to make like an account on something like Trello or whatever to like be able to work on this in this way. I think it's easier if you don't need to sign up for anything other than Discord and join our Discord and then be immediately like put into the workflow really easily. But yeah, so if you want to work on any of this stuff, if any of this looks interesting to you, it's on our Discord. We can send you a link if you can't find it, but it's in the chat for the 100% general. Please back up the entire Google Drive often. Oh yeah, I should probably do that again. I haven't done that in a while, but I have a backup from like the end of V3, I think. So but yeah, that's a good call. I'm actually gonna put a thing up here, I guess, really quick. Just so I can remember this for later. And then, like, I don't know when it was, so I'm going to make it a point to back this up soon. Probably, like, after stream or something. So, good call. Thanks for pointing that out. Anyway, circling back to glitch hunting, which is the focus for today, we're taking this objective off of the list, and we're just going to see what we can get done. There's a lot of things people have found, and we want to... Well, okay, let me... So, here's the big ones for people who want to get a quick rundown. So we're trying to fix the wait timer. This is the most important glitch to fix. If we can fix this, this is huge for routing and for time saves, and just like in general, just super important one. Duping Augmentinium has become less important because of fixing the wait timer, but if we could dupe Augmentinium, that would be incredible for perma enchants. How's it going, Shungite? And then inventory underflowing is a thing that I found that I don't even know if it's useful, but I found like a lead on how to do this. This is, for those of you who haven't seen a YouTube video that I made recently, you can drop your gold using inventory underflowing. So the questions are like guiding people to find information about this. So like, if you watch that video and you're like, oh cool, inventory underflowing exists, here's some considerations that'll help people kind of think of like ways they could further explore it. And I don't have any leads yet, I just threw in questions for like how to maybe look for leads and stuff like that. Wisp stock cap separation is somewhat related to what we're doing today because we're going to be using a lot of Skull of Corruption. So this one is basically separating stacks of Wisp stock and stacks of Nirnroot as corrupted and non-corrupted versions of those items, which I'm calling organic and non-organic because it's like plants and fungi and stuff. And then the goal would be to get one of each of those, so you have 4 ingredients, and you get like the fastest, most stackable speed potion in the game, like by far. So that's the goal of that. RNG manipulation just ties back to skill books, but I figured I'd mention it here because it's technically like a glitch to or an exploit to some extent. Duping a valid copy of an alien statue would save a lot of time. That might come up today a little bit. This is optimizing the tutorial, which is always... If you save time on the tutorial, you improve every category of the entire game, so I figured I'd put something relevant to that here. People have mentioned trying to get into the testing hall. We don't have a ton of information about this, but we have some links people have found of people claiming that they have ways that they think they can get to the testing hall, and these are like all old forum posts and stuff. And then this probably doesn't exist, but the permakey can't open scripted doors, so the super permakey would open every door, not just the doors that have a key tied to it. I have no idea how this would ever work, but just something to consider. It would be nice if this existed. I don't have much to say other than that. But then also, more importantly, the option to get permakey-like effects, because we now know you can set a global flag of a boolean somewhere in the file across the entire game, no matter what file you load. So can we find other permakey-like effects that simulate this same idea using similar setups? I want to clip into the Ancestor Moth well, because it would save like a minute and a half. And then this is the one that actually got solved today. So this is how much information we have on this. Or not solved today, but we might, or Phoebus like solved it a few days ago, and we're going to test it. This is going to be the first thing we test today is, can we actually remove this from the glitch hunting doc? Because did we actually solve it? And there's something I can put in its place called like the jail time followers glitch, which is a whole separate thing I'm going to update to here after we finish this. But the goal of this is to get Shadowmere into a city, and then we can get Shadowmere to clip out of that city while the game thinks we're in the city, and then we can do horse vectors without map like debris getting in our way, like rocks and buildings, which would be really sweet. Skipping Daedric Shrine cutscenes. There's ways to skip them by sequence breaking quests. In this case, we want to actually legitimately skip the cutscene through a glitch of some sort so that we don't have to use route logic to skip them, because not many of them can be skipped that way. And then there's this new thing that's kind of funny called nude warping. It's not actually new, but I realized there's an actual use for it. So if you load warp, I can just show this really quick with gameplay. This is a hectic save to jump right into. Let me load this. I don't know if this is going to break everything. It might. Let me wait for this to load. If you have a save file, like I'm gonna quick save, so I quick saved up at the top. I pointed at my monitor, like you can see where I'm pointing with my hand. Anyway, you quick save outdoors, and then you, oops, I messed it up. Hold up. You load warp the quick save that's outdoors into an indoor area. And if you do this right, okay, it didn't work that time. I might have to be in like a completely different area. Let me load warp a different. So we don't know exactly why this works, is the other reason it's on the document, but if you, I think if you pick something that's like not in a city might be part of it. No, okay, it might, cell needs to be on, oh, did I not? Okay. Okay, I don't know why it's not. Okay, I quick save and quick loaded. It didn't quite work. Some people think it might be the first time you enter an area. Long story short, if you're outdoors and you load warp indoors to an area under circumstances unconfirmed, the game thinks you're outside, but you're inside, and all the characters have nothing equipped. So, like, she's essential, right? And let's say she's wearing like this robe that's enchanted with some crazy thing that we want, or maybe she has a quest item that's equipped on her. So like, if you do this right, you can get items that you wouldn't normally be able to get off of essential NPCs because you can pickpocket them off of them when they're not wearing them. This is a variation of the alternative, which would be to do reverse pickpocketing a permabound Curus and getting them to unequip it, but you can't do that with certain items. So in this case, like, let me see if it works here. This might work because I haven't been to the arena on this file, or I might have. I have been. Okay, let me load like a super old save that definitely hasn't been to the arena yet. Hey, how's it going, Elect Man? It is me. Not wrong there. Thanks. Alright, so I'm gonna quick save here and then go to the arena, because I think it might be the first time you enter is the only time you can do it. So far it seems that there's an infinite number of ways to break everything in the game, you know? Like, we haven't hit very many major roadblocks. Okay, I have a good feeling about this. Yes, okay. See, I don't know why she has armor, but Hundelin doesn't have his stuff on. Here's the key one. His raiment is now, you can just take it. That was good RNG. So now you have Agronac's raiment without actually even starting the arena yet, which is pretty sweet. And that's why nude warping is actually possibly valid tech. The one that still has armor is the yellow team champion. She's essential. Here, let me pop this up in case you need this information. But she's just like she's not like a generic NPC, she's just named generically. But yeah, for some reason it didn't work on her. And also, he equipped stuff when he went to bed. But yeah, so you can see that this is kind of interesting. The problem is, it's a quest item, and we don't really need to do this because Agronac dies in like one hit anyway, and we don't need to turn in like, if we talk to her, you can't turn anything in to her, and it doesn't sequence break the quest to have acquired this particular item. But this just illustrates, like, what if you want the Grey Cowl of Nocturnal? You can steal it off the Grey Fox. Does having it taken off of him advance the quest cutscene at the end of the Thieves Guild because it's already off of his head? Maybe, who knows? So the idea of this is to catalog all of the, let me show you here. The goal is to catalog essential NPCs that have items related to quests or items that might be really powerful, and see which ones we can snag off of them using this glitch. So if anyone has any ideas for that, let me know and I can just chuck them into this list. So far we have Agronac's raiment, which currently doesn't seem like it does anything, but it might be useful to sequence break the arena. Or we could just perma-enchant like a crazy amount of stuff off of it. Adarji's ring for the Adarji heirloom quest, if it's on her person and not only in the lockbox. I think it might only be in the lockbox. And Qatar's ring for the Zero Visibility quest, although we really just have to talk to him, so I don't know how useful that one is. This one I'm curious about, Arnora's amulet during Two Sides of the Coin, because she's wearing it, but I think the real one's in a chest, but there might be some way to mess with stuff there. Karanya during Necromancer's amulet, Jackman Earl of Imble for Boots of Spring-Heeled Jack. Like, some of these might not. The one that might be the best would be you might be able to take the staff of Everscamp off of Rosentia during whom gods annoy, stuff like that. So anyway, we'll be looking into that. I'm actually going to put that on the docket for today under miscellaneous. What's the staff called? Everscamp. Okay. So that's all the glitches, and then this final thing really quick. I swear we'll play the game at some point. Glitch archaeology. So this is an idea that Danails mentioned, and it's a really cool idea. So Phoebus had found a few old videos, and they were saying, I don't know, okay. They were saying, like, hey, why don't we have this thing where we call it glitch archaeology, where for people who don't have any leads in game that they want to be investigating, or people who don't feel like they're technically minded enough to solve some of these super in-depth ones, there's a much simpler task that's equally fun and honestly could be more rewarding in some cases, which is the process of going onto YouTube and finding videos with very little views or really old videos or both, and trying to unearth things that just never got like mainstream popularity as a glitch, because everyone knows how to dupe, right? But we found this thing, Lucian duping, which this video in particular is popular because it has like 200,000 views, but it is old, and it's from a channel that isn't like super well known. So like the odds of this being like a mainstream glitch are low. So Phoebus found this. I'm gonna mute it because the audio. But basically, what they did is they went and beat up Lucian, and it takes forever here. But they go and they pickpocket Lucian, and they figured out if you put a lockpick or take a lockpick out of his inventory and then you put it back in, very much like the Dorian glitch, it just stays like he's taking the lockpick right now. So it turns out that the Dorian glitch actually can be applied to other characters for other items, specific ones. Yeah. Oh, I'm just clicking on one. Did I say Phoebus found this one? I might have misspoke. But anyway, so oh yeah, you found this one. Sorry, I might have said Phoebus by accident. But anyway, so this one's interesting because it shows a glitch that's a variation on a very popular glitch that we didn't really necessarily know existed. This isn't in like the mainstream knowledge of people who know glitches about this game, as far as we know. So the goal is to like document all of this and try to bring all of the old stuff back into like being cataloged properly. And I'm in the process of cataloging glitches, and I'm trying to find some way to like categorize them. So I'm listing like a ton of glitches that I know exist, and like here's all the different ways you can dupe, right? And here's all the different load warp type glitches, and like here's things that set global flags. Like I'm trying to find a way to combine all of this into some really well indexed database of glitches that you can look through at some point, because the UESP doesn't mention very many glitches, and it only mentions ones that are exploitable, not all glitches. It would be nice to show like even completely useless ones, like the anti-perma key, which makes you unable to open chests. It's still good to know that exists, like just in case. So Lucian duping was interesting and is actually relevant today. This one's crazy. Phoebus found this one. This is one of the ones that spurred the whole glitch archaeology thing. So we talked about this the other day and tested it. It has downvotes, but it works, and it has relatively few views for being from 2009. A larger channel though, but anyway, a relatively obscure glitch. Someone figured out you can enable the TCL effect essentially, and walk through walls and things in the outdoors, and then you can bring it into areas within like zones of the game and just clip through everything. So it's really crazy and weird. But like this is potentially massively broken, and like it just is on the internet, but it wasn't documented anywhere but this one video. So now we have it, and it's in our database of things, and we know it exists. So we could use this for the run potentially if we can find a use case for it. And then this one's kind of weird and will be relevant today. I don't know if anyone saw this in the glitch hunting chat yesterday, but the person who posted this, like in 2013, this has 200-ish views. In the comments somewhere, they say it might be related to their mods. We're messing with missing name items today. They dropped this missing name item, and the effect was that it creates like horses, creates deer like to spawn in that area. And I remember Valorant, you were saying that the missing name items can represent objects that trigger things, like loot and stuff. So it's possible this person somehow obtained an object that generates the deer when you walk a certain distance in the overworld, or however that would work. Like they grabbed. So I'm thinking there might be other crazy objects we can grab and trigger like set spawning events at really reliable times and stuff. But anyway, so that glitch, and then this one's kind of longer, but basically they close the Brumagate they update the Brumagate quest by just going to jail, and that somehow triggers the quest to update. I haven't confirmed these ones have worked yet, but you can see like something like especially the TCL glitch is massively like useful, and it was just buried deep in the internet. So if you want to try to find glitches, feel free to peruse the depths of YouTube and try to find the least views on a video for an Oblivion glitch video that you can, and see if it's something that just happened to never be explored further. Because in the case of the Lucian one, the Lucian duping isn't actually its own separate glitch. It's part of the negative item stack glitch, but it helped us understand easier what's going on, because we were like, well, why does this work? Oh, remember the Lucian glitch video that was posted? Yeah, okay, so that does this, which means like we were able to formulate a better idea of how the game mechanics work by finding a variation on a glitch, even if it wasn't necessarily something entirely new. So anyway, hopefully that brings us all up to speed here on like how the project workflow stuff is going, and like how the glitch hunting and glitch archaeology like initiative is going. I'm pretty excited about this because we've been finding a ton of stuff for glitch hunting, and like the glitch hunting chat has popped off recently. Glitch hunting chat found like all of this stuff for today. So let's start with gameplay finally. Sorry that took so long. It's just been like over a week, and I had a lot to say to get things going, and you guys know I ramble. But anyway, so let me close some of this stuff. Okay, I'm going to skip this for now. This is a lot of new stuff has come up. Horse into city. Let's try to use Phoebus's setup to get the Shadowmere to appear inside of the city. So this might take a while. I heard this isn't 100% consistent yet, so we're going to see if we can find anything on this. So let me pull up gameplay, and let me find the Wabbajack ID number really quick so I can put it on my save file. And move this to my second monitor, and then we'll get going here. Okay. So we don't want this save anymore. We want... Well, this is one that has Shadowmere, so let me just put Wabbajack onto this one. There's a separate glitch that's being investigated where you can set the horse's stable to not be a city using some weird business that I'm not entirely familiar with. So if this ends up not being reliable, we might have an alternative way to do it. Add item, and we want 228F0. Hold up. Wabbajack is very similar in ID number to Ogma. It's like 1 digit off. Whatever. We'll get into overflow stuff later. So we have Wabbajack and we have Shadowmere. So the goal, and we have Chameleon, which is why we look partially invisible. I might get arrested, so I'm going to do... Is it crime gold? Is that what it is? Yeah. Okay. So we have no bounty just in case. The goal is to push Shadowmere into any of these cities. I don't think it matters which one. Let's just go to Shaden Hall. You think you can find glitches that would enable you to skip missions immediately, like in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas? There might be a way to like make the game think you're on the last stage of a quest. Not entirely sure though. Overflow probably won't help with Ogma or anything with scripts attached. FYI, it would be more for keys or quests that are looking for a specific item. Yeah, so actually, I had a quick question about that, since you're here, just in case you end up having to go before we get to it. I made a visual... Let me find it really quick. I made a visual spreadsheet for illustrating how I think you were saying Ogma overflowing would work in an inventory. And if this doesn't work at all, that's fine. But it's my understanding that in inventory, your items are arranged as you have like Augmentinium is an item that has this hex value for its form ID, which is represented by these 4 bytes of binary when converted to binary. So Ogma would look like this, and then the next 4 bytes in memory are binary representing the quantity, in this case 1, right? Is that correct so far? Just want to make sure before before I get too deep into it. Okay, perfect. So what I think you were saying is that if you get two that are next to each other in memory, like directly next to each other, and that you can overflow the quantity integer value to eclipse its boundary and start overriding bytes in the form ID of the item next to it. But my question is, do you have any idea how items could be placed directly next to each other in memory, and like how have you been looking in memory to determine stuff like this? Are you using cheat engine or something like that? Because I could just look in cheat engine to find this form ID and read memory if that's what you're doing, but I want to figure out a way that I can be like self-sufficient in researching this stuff too, so I'm not always like, you know, just like pinging you with questions all the time about stuff. But anyway, so the thing this wouldn't be overriding one item with another in that sense. This would be changing the ID of a given item. Oh, okay. So like, because what I was thinking is, so your form ID is just like whatever, right? It doesn't matter what the form ID of your dummy item is. And it doesn't matter what the quantity of your conversion dummy item is. What you're basically, what I thought was happening was you have like a value large enough that it needs another byte of space to represent it, and it pushes into the leftmost bits of your conversion item that represents the quantity of augmas you want, and you're writing over this binary data up until, so you would need an item that shares the first like half of the binary and you write the other half. Is that not how it works? Because if it's not, I have to go back to the drawing board. This is just like a quick mock-up I did to try to visualize for myself how it might work. This it's too broken. Maybe it was something people don't want to do. Wait, sorry. Ever, or even if we did, chances are there would be Quest Summit where most people would reject it. I mean, if there's a glitched way to complete the quest that still triggers the final stage. Oh yeah, so this is a signed integer, right? So this first bit, or sorry, the first bit here represents a negative or a non-negative, right? It's not an overflow. Okay, yeah, I don't know entirely in like actual raw binary how it works, but yeah, I have these numbers over here. Like if it was unsigned, this would be the max, and if it was signed and the leftmost bit was a 1, it'd be negative this, right? So it's not actually pouring over. It's not like literally overflowing into the next part of the memory, right? It's like sign -1, adding 1 to that would overflow. Yeah, I'm just trying to like so there's not a way to increase this number to be so large that it actually is this many bytes long. Is that true? Because I was reading about like how C and C++, which is the, you know, for people who don't know, this is the code that the game is written in, is using C and C++ for the programming language, for the game engine. They handle signed and unsigned differently for overflowing, and I believe unsigned loops back to 0 correctly and doesn't ever actually take up more memory. But the memory layout never changes. You can't change the region it's reading for the ID. You can only change the ID itself. Okay, so this wouldn't be how it works then, basically. Because if not, I that's fine. I figured I would ask since you're already here. So you're saying no matter what the value is, it wouldn't be changed, like, so if you overflow the count here, it would increase the form ID by, oh, so it doesn't like literally overwrite this bit, it just changes this whole chunk of memory to be incremented +1. Is that what you're saying? So like all ones here, if it was unsigned, all ones here would be 4 billion whatever, and then you add 1 to it, and this stays as 4 billion, but this goes to a 1. Ah, okay, so this rolls over this increments by, oh no. So to get this to add all the way, so you would want the item that's 1 less than Augma that you can, or the item below Augma by the fewest amount of form ID value. So like Wabbajack is 1 form ID shorter. So you're saying if Wabbajack had a form ID of F0, like 228F0, I overflow my overflow dummy stack to be 2 billion whatever by 1, it will overwrite this to increment to B228F1. That changes the ID. It wouldn't attach the correct script. So you don't think, like, because it has that form ID that it would inherit, like, the visual in the inventory and stuff. It would just incorrectly change the form ID to be, like, a cursed item or something. Okay, let me write this down just so I don't forget, though. Okay, so when overflow dummy ID or quantity overflows past max value, it rolls over. Sorry. It rolls over and the Ogma dummy form ID increments by 1. Okay. Interesting. So in theory, it could be used for keys because doors. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so you're saying it would not necessarily work for Ogma, but we could theoretically produce like the key we need to get into an area that we or something, because like permakey has keys for everything except chests. So what if we overflowed to get like the two sides of the coin chest to open? Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. In theory, if I incremented this form ID by 1 and Wabbajack had the form ID of Ogma and I dropped it and I click on it in the game with console, it would show the Ogma ID but visually be Wabbajack though. Okay, so this might be good to get into. I might want to do this after we do the horse thing. Okay, so we want potentially used to create a form ID item that matches a container key for a quest to skip the quest. Okay. Interesting. These IDs are UIDs for items in the ESM, right? Sounds like changing an ID in the inventory would only lead to a soft lock when performed on a necessary item. Hey, Mr. Boy, how's it going? Yeah, so we're in a really technical thing right now, but we're going to pivot back to a non-technical thing really quick here. But basically, we're trying to overflow a bunch of stuff in memory to overwrite other information and see if we can like trick the game into thinking we have items we don't actually have is what's going on. And this is just like a really visual way of showing what the game's code actually looks like in memory. 1 second. Double check. Okay. So I'll follow up in the Discord, so I stopped distracting. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, we'll come back to this. Let's do the Wabbajack thing, and then we'll pivot back to this. So everyone, keep that in the back of your mind. Ogma overflowing, probably not for Ogma, but overflowing nonetheless to maybe get some other useful stuff. What's the quest doing? Wait, sorry, what? What's the quest doing the guinea pig on here? Oh, we're not doing a specific quest for this. We're finding tech that we can apply to like various mechanics or various reasons throughout the game. Right now, we're not doing quest specific stuff. The goal was ideally to get Ogma so that like in multiple copies so we can get a ton of skill boosts and attribute boosts. But in actuality, from what Valorant's saying, we'll be using this to maybe get keys for quests like two sides of the coin where you need a container key for a chest. Or like you need 3 keys to open the Order of the Virtuous Blood chest. So and if those chests are scripted to trigger the quest upon opening, that means we could actually sequence break those quests and not have to do like any of the actual like legwork of those quests and just go straight to the end of them, which would be really cool. So we'll see. But okay, keep all that information in the back of your guys' heads. We're eventually going to experiment with that later in the stream. Right now, we're trying to get a horse into a city. Much simpler thing to understand. So let's come back to this. Okay, so to reiterate, horses, when you speed them up, so I'm going to use a console command. Set AV speed. So if we set Shadowmere's speed to be ridiculously high, Shadowmere moves crazy fast, right? The problem is, when you're traversing the map, and we drew all these vectors that will hit a bunch of locations at once, so you can just hold forward and hit them. But see, you get stuck on stuff. Hitting this gate changes your trajectory significantly. So wouldn't it be nice if you could not have to deal with that, and you could actually have none of this stuff visible? So step 1 of this in my theory crafting of this, and Phoebus solved this, not me, but the theory crafting that I set up on the glitch hunting thing was, well, we know that if you jump... Oh, I didn't want to do that. We know that if you jump out of a city, so this will simulate jumping out of a city. If you jump out of a city, you can get behind it, and you're in the world, and all the markers are still here. Like, so for example, I'm gonna walk over to these markers. You can still discover these markers, I believe. I should probably double check this, but last time I checked, you could discover these markers. Yeah, okay. So see, we found Knights of the Thorn Lodge, but it's not even here, and we had no opposition. This means our vectors may actually work a lot better now, because if we're on a horse doing this, we can. The only thing that's changing our trajectory is, like, see how I'm moving a little bit to the left when I run up the hill? The horse might be subject to issues like that instead, but overall, the vectors are more viable, and we can use human input to, like, fix slight trajectory errors and make a bunch of vectors that, like, in general are pretty good, right? The glitch archaeology is just going to all be under the glitch hunting thing. So I have that dedicated glitch hunting channel for... Oh, geez, that was like a huge lag out. What's going on with that? Oh, is my computer just like biting the dust here? I see values mess up. For this, I suggest to play out this. Have an enemy hold a spell absorption shield. Have yourself get a weapon that absorbs a skill. Then have yourself reflect spell. At some point, the game could break onto actually upgrading that type of skill drain. Oh, you mean like overflowing? Like the actual value of the amount of a spell effect magnitude you have placed on yourself? That's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of overflow. Let me add that to the overflow brainstorming. Investigate overflowing other things such as spell magnitudes, and I will put your name for credit. Cool. Awesome. But yeah, we'll look into that into a second. They don't overflow in a sane manner. Does that mean that you could actually break things even more if they overflow in a really bad way? Okay, so anyway. But yeah, the goal is to be here, but uh-oh, we can't be on our horse because when you're in a city, it stables your horse. So how do you get a horse out here to make map traversal on horse more viable? Well, let's reload our save and test out Phoebus's theory. Or not theory, Phoebus claims to have tested this and it worked. So I hope the guard has no issue here, but if I Wabbajack, Shadowmere... Oh, what happened? Why is Wabbajack not working on Shadowmere? I'm not an affiliate yet. We've actually been viable for affiliate for a while. I just haven't set it up because of, like, it has some weird exclusivity stuff in the terms for it that I wasn't really thrilled about. But I reread it and it looks like they've changed their exclusivity thing, so it's only 24 hours before you can upload a Twitch stream to your YouTube channel or content from it. In our case, so I might do affiliate now just because of that, but affiliate kind of takes like a lot of stuff from the creator for the channel, it seems. So I gotta research it a little more heavily. Oh, you didn't use Shadowmere. Okay. So if it doesn't work on Shadowmere, let's try it on. I think I bought this horse. Or maybe I didn't. It might be this one. No. Okay. Let me buy this horse really quick. Well, if it doesn't work on Shadowmere and only works on a regular horse, we'd run into the fall damage issue, which is unfortunate. So there might be more to investigate here. Oh, the 5C is... No, I have an item I'm wearing or something. I think it's my hotkey. Yeah, 5C is my hotkey for my... I named the rings numerically. It's not going to update. Oh, it's not 8 a.m. Whoops. Okay, so wait till 9 a.m. Buy this horse. I probably don't have the gold. Okay, good. Okay, let's test on a generic horse. For reference, the black horse is pretty much the same speed as Shadowmere, like to a point where it won't really matter. It's going to be negligible when we beef it up to like maximum overdrive anyway. Okay, so let's try this. Turn the horse into something else. In that case, a deer. I don't think it works if it's a deer. Nope. Okay, so Phoebus had it work with an ogre. So let's try that. Bad RNG here. The idea is that ogres will follow you, whereas I don't... Does anyone know how Abijah works, like, determining what thing you get? Is it just, like, purely random? Okay, rat. Good. Follow me. It might be following Shadow Mirror is the only problem. Oh, no, no, no. Oh! Come on. Hey, Fucat, how's it going? Okay, so I'm gonna get away from Shaden Hall. I gotta find a better gate that isn't that one. There's probably no guard at the east gate. I just don't want Shadowmere to be in the way, because Shadowmere's gonna fight whatever it turns into. And I'm not gonna have my horse. Ugh. Okay, I gotta go around the city. I want this horse. Tough day. Oh, sorry to hear that. Okay, let me find a non-guarded gate. Right, okay, so I think the problem is I was just pulling aggro towards the guards and the, and Shadowmere. I see. Okay, so yeah, we'll see if we can... We'll see if the aggro was the problem in this case, or if the pathfinding was actually... Oh, I shouldn't have gone in the water. I think Shadowmere is slightly faster. The main benefit of Shadowmere is that she can drink healing potions to heal herself. This horse cannot. Okay. Oh, what just happened? Oh, I hit the middle mouse. Is it like... Maybe if I physically am behind the door, it will think... How do I get it to use the door? Oh. Oh, here we go. We got an ogre. Perfect. So if I'm, like, in theory, if I'm... Oh, okay, well, it wore off. But if I'm in theory, I'm back here, it will go in the door to talk to me, potentially. Wabachak does not last very long. Yeah, this skeleton's gonna be too slow, I think. Okay, but if I'm back here, it will pathfind back here through the door, maybe? Huh. You want all glitches for glitch archaeology. Correct, because, like, they might become useful later and we just don't know. But, yeah, I mean, if it's something that's been found before, like, you know, and it's just an old video proving someone found it before, like the first instance of the dupe glitch, that's less important right now than just getting all of the known glitches into the database. We can credit the proper people through better research on that some other time. Okay. So yeah, Phoebus, do you have any tips on how to trick it to go? Because let me look at the notes I wrote down about this. Okay. I made it. My notes are not very thorough. The creature needs to see that the only way to get to the player is to use the door. In my testing, use the Anvil Castle Bridge. Ooh, okay. Wait, whoops. Forgot how the game works. Okay, here we go. This bridge right here. Like you... Okay, so you like turned them into an ogre and then... Did you go into the actual city or into the castle to trick them? Also, I have to go get my horse and bring it over here. Fucking artist is just still chilling out here. That's kind of funny. Transform the horse near the city gate and then jump on the rocks. Interesting. How did you even think to try this? Like, I get the idea of the Wabbajack, but how did you think to, like, force the pathfinding, like, over a bridge to a city? Okay, so I'm here. I have Wabbajack. So what we want to do is transform near the city gate. Good, we got an ogre. I'm gonna make a quick save there. And then jump on the rocks. Oh, my acrobatics is terrible. What? Why? Why does it do that? How did you find that? That's impressive. You just stand here and the ogre just gives up and goes... Okay, so now the horse is in the city? Maybe I have to... Oh, it probably hasn't finished going. I have to, like, leave and come back to push it through the door, I bet. Oh, jump scare. Oh, did it, like... There's something weird I gotta do here. Okay, so step one. Oops. Rocks. Ogre just says peace. Goes through the door. Oh, do I have to go in at the same time it's going through the door? Otherwise it leaves trying to... You know what I mean? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna try going in the door at the same time. Oh, I have to just wait for the effect to wear off, gotcha. Oh, I'll get up there, okay. I can't believe how consistent this is. How long does this effect last? Unknown. Probably long enough. Give it a whirl. Was that really not long enough? Maybe it's maybe the time doesn't decrement. Well, okay, let me just see if I can just... If I mess up and I... Okay, I was just like a little... I did waited just like a little bit, not long enough. Yeah, for real, Phoebus is like super good at finding all this stuff. What if I just wait an hour? That should wear off the effect, yeah? Or not. What if I just immediately leave? Oh, I soft locked the game, didn't I? Yep, my bad. I entered too fast. Alright, let me reboot the game. Oh, you mean like don't let it enter the city that quickly? Like let the time decrement on its effect? Apparently the ogre won't follow us into the city is the problem. It has to think that the only way to get to where we're at is... Oh, okay, I see. So you can like... So if I stand right here, it should give up. Okay, so I gotta time this. I'm gonna see if going in... try to time it. I'm trying to go in the door at the same time it's going in the door and see if that puts us both through at the same time. Why would Jack last 10 seconds? Okay. Yeah, if you open a door on the first frame of gameplay, the game soft locks. Okay, let me just kind of like... Okay, that's a little longer before it enters. So now... Man, it just didn't want to. Maybe I have to drag it near the door. And then... Okay, that's probably not 10 seconds, but... Oh, never mind. No! That was... I was counting in my head. That was like so close. 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010. Ooh, okay, that couldn't have been better. I'm gonna make a save. No. What? Excuse me. Free ogre? Oh! What? Wait, hold up. What was that? Oh my god. That's a cool glitch. What is the implication of this? Okay, I'm gonna... Can someone, like, clip that? Like, even if it's not a full clip of what just happened, just so I have a time code I can refer back to here. Man, that's something right there. What happens if you're riding the horse and something else kills... Oh, God. Okay, let's get what we know written down really quick, and then we have a lot of things we can now test. Okay. What did you call it? Schrodinger's ogre? There we go. Good name, good name. Did I spell that wrong? Oh, I missed the C. Schrodinger's ogre. Okay, so step 1, Wabbajack. Well, we Wabbajack the black horse specifically to be an ogre, and eventually we'll simplify this to be more generic. But okay, Wabbajacked the horse to be an ogre. As the effect wore off 10 seconds. Stand on Anvil Castle Bridge rocks to force ogre to enter the door, exit, and if timed correctly, you should have the ogre and the horse separate but still linked, so that if you kill the ogre, the horse dies and teleports to the position of the ogre. Interesting. Super interesting. Okay, thanks. Yeah, sorry, I have clips disabled, or I have links disabled, but yeah, thanks for clipping that. In the creator dashboard after stream, I'll be able to see like a line at the time code where people clipped certain things, so I'll be able to know when something like crucial happened. Okay, so what was up with that? Does anyone have any theories as to why there's like... I almost don't want the Shadow Mirror glitch to work. Okay, so what did we made a save here. This save was crucial. And I'm gonna also make a save... Oh, no, I have a save there, whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna just quick save here. Oh. So it was... Okay. It might be due to the horse exiting the city as you are entering it. Okay. Because now if I do this, clearly this won't work. Because no horse and probably no ogre. Yeah, okay, so but if I load this save and I... Well, that didn't work. What is going on here? Let's just see if we can redo this. That's probably the right timing. Go in the door. Oh, so close. Okay, if I just immediately... I wonder if I can get here quick enough. Nah, not quite. 3, 1004, 1005, 1006. I should have not counted during the pause. Oops. I'm really dropping the ball here. Okay, let's start clean slate. My possible theory is that it was frame perfect that the ogre ended its Wabbajack effect. Yeah, that's probably... It's probably something like that. What is... Why is it... Why is it just dipping its head repeatedly? Is this gonna go in the city? I mean, I assume not, because its AI is independent of the combat. We're off like right now. Yeah. Oh. Hello? Where did it go? Okay. Don't know what that was all about. Why did Bethesda think they were capable of putting stuff like this in the game, like, without it breaking everything? You know what I mean? There's no way they, like, unironically thought that this would work. No, okay, the troll went in. Did the horse go in? Okay, do we get a troll on the other side? We don't. Okay, so the timing didn't work there. This guy needs to chill. Oh, I can't. I'm stuck. Go in the door. Go in the door. Oh, it's so slow. Jesus. Oh, I don't have charge. Okay. Let's set up a better save here. Step 1. Well, how do we kill that guard without whatever? Go in. What are you doing, buddy? Maybe he can't go through doors. Oh, I hate the skeleton. Okay, so certain enemies just can't go through doors, it looks like. So you'd specifically only be able to do this with, what was it, this goblin, maybe? Goblins can go through doors, yeah. Was that good? I still haven't gotten the horse to actually appear in the city. Yeah, okay, so there's Goblin again, so that wasn't quite the right timing. This is weird. It's like when you reload the save file. Don't want a rat. Okay, we got Ogre. Good. Okay, so if I time my thing here, so he goes in too early there. But did you guys notice when I reload a save that didn't have the enemy there, it's there? It's like it's bleeding into other save files. Okay, Ogre, good. Well, actually, no, we don't want to do this. We want to hit the rocks here. By the way, I should also mention, Phoebus does have a YouTube channel, so I can post a link to it in a second here, but Phoebus has found some stuff that's pretty cool on his actual channel as well, if you want to look at more weirdness, like stuff like this. There's no video about this yet, because we're just learning about it, but Phoebus has a handful of glitch hunting videos up right now. Okay, this might have been timed correctly. Not quite. Yes, this has to be it. Oh, I regret not timing this. Wait, oh, Phoebus, you did make a video about this? Oh, I did it. Okay, hold up. Before... Let me find Phoebus's video. Oh, he uploaded it unlisted. Okay, but anyway. Here's Phoebus's video about it, and then also, Phoebus has a pretty cool YouTube channel. You should check him out. Including a glitch we're going to investigate today, which is negative carry weight to get crazy carry weight. So we're going to be looking at that later. That's from a Phoebus video. Hey, someone join the Discord. Let me wave really quick. Is anyone upset that Discord added a wave to say hi button automatically, so now it just clutters up the welcome channel? Like, I want to do the custom wave. I don't want the Discord mandated wave graphic, you know? Okay. Let's open the game. Now, this might not behave correctly when we reload, so what do you guys want to test first now that we have the rare opportunity to examine the behavior of this, whatever, what would you call this? They're like conjoined together or something, like, what's a correct term for this that's not going to be like unintentionally offensive, actually? I don't know, is conjoined twins like not a cool thing to, not a cool term? Is there a more proper word for that now? I don't know. Because it's kind of like that. Kind of like SpongeBob where they're like brothers, only closer. It could be something like this. The Schrodinger thing is interesting too. Yeah, we could, I want to see what happens. Oh, Valornan wanted to have us ride the horse and then faint the ogre or kill the ogre or something. So let's get on the horse. I'm trying to think of the word for like twins that have like a spiritual connection. It's not like idioglossia, because that's like twins that communicate with the same made-up language. It's something else similar. Does anyone know the term? Siamese, is that it? Maybe. I don't know. Soul bonded, could be. Okay, so I can't attack on the horse though, can I? Or anything. So if I kill this ogre, which there, okay, wait, okay, this is good info. 4BF2F. Yeah, it's all considered one thing now. Oh, sorry. Okay, so they are separate. Does this ID format mean anything in particular? Because, like, the guard and the horse start with the zeros. These start with FF, which I believe is like a player-created thing. It must just have, like, an augment. I mean, okay. So I'm going to kill this ogre while riding the horse and see what happens. Disappointingly little happened there. I thought maybe at least the TCL glitch or something would happen. Okay, if this has the ogre and the horse, that would be great. It does. Okay, good. So we have like we effectively have a sandbox now for testing stuff with this, so we don't have to set this up again. Okay, step 1. Does attacking the ogre immediately decouple them? No, they are truly separate creatures. That does mean that the script is still attached to the ogre properly. So it's an entity that's scripted to be tied to the horse, but I'd be curious in what way these are tied together at this point. Because, okay. I want him to kill the ogre as I'm getting on it. I'm dead? Oh, the ogre was just killing me. That's not a glitch. Posted the scripts in the Discord channel. Okay, let me look at those really quick. Thanks for doing that. Oh man, there's a lot of Wabba. Oh, okay, but a lot of it's commented out. Okay, let me just chuck this. I find a really stupid way to do this. I'm gonna snipping tool this and share that on my screen. Oh, I can't snipping tool it. Whatever. Sorry, I'm gonna make a document really quick for this in the project knowledge base, because this is an important script to understand. So I'll once I fix this. Okay, so improv coding analysis thing now. Also, the game plays slightly covering anything. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Sorry, there's a lot going on here. Okay. It's not Siamese. Okay, we'll find a good term for it later. You might want to make a hard save if you're still right. Okay, so I did that. So if you want to kill the ogre, tested that, posted script, good. I wonder what would happen if the ogre kills the horse. Ooh, that's an interesting point. The horse didn't seem to aggro. The ogre is the only problem. The second script that's attached to the ogre basically boils down to a 10 seconds elapsed or ogre dies. Replace ogre with horse and kill horse. What? Wait, so their solution was not to change it into another object. Their solution was to put both of them and kill the other one or something? Or am I misreading that? Oh, it's a soul bond is a Magic the Gathering keyword. Yeah, I'll put that in for consideration here. Soul bond. Okay. So really quickly, there's two scripts going on here. So I usually just put like annotation at the top that explains what's going on, and then the actual script stuff goes here. And anything with a comment, by the way, means I don't know why it formatted like this, but anything with a comment, like a semicolon means it's commented, because Bethesda wanted the most universally used symbol that means this is code to mean this isn't code, which is a great start to their scripting. But anyway, so I'm just gonna clean this up a little bit for readability, but basically you have like these different chunks, and then this is the script for the actual creature, so I'm gonna put another line here. And I guess I can do another thing here and just say like... Oh, actually, no, this mentions both. Okay, so I don't need that. Good. Anything fall off the end. Oh, this is annoying. Okay. This is a lot of things. Okay, so we can get rid of all of this because none of this actually runs because it's commented out, right? That's fair to say. So that significantly simplifies this. MATLAB is percent. Yeah, that's a little better. That's not very readable looking though, I guess. I don't know what's wrong with just using double slash. Seems good enough to me. I don't know if you want the screenshot of possible creatures as well. Maybe. Yeah, that might be good to know, because then we can quickly vet, like, which creatures we, like, we can verify we've checked all the creatures that can go through a door or not for this glitch. Because right now we know that the Deirdroth or whatever can't, and the rat can't, but the ogre and the goblin can. Under the script in the Discord. Okay, so it's... Let me write all these down. I'm assuming it's an even chance. It'll probably be in the code. Oh, please don't do this. Is it true that Google does its coding interviews in Google Docs? Like they make them type code in Google Docs, and if so, why not make their own like thing that actually is not the worst thing ever made for doing coding? Okay, so we have Daedroth, we have Troll, Skeleton, Champion, Sheep, Rat, Ogre, Goblin, Skirmisher. What does that say? Yeah, sorry, the font's just tiny. Deer. Okay. So, and then, actually, this should be a table, because it's going to be like, can they go through a door? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 of these, plus the headers, and we just want their door ability. Oh god, it's all under a bullet point. Okay. Why did it erase all of that? Oh, because I'm stupid. Alright. Daedroth. No, but I want creature, door, or can enter door. Daedroth, troll, skeleton, champion. Sorry that I have to redo this. Sheep, rat, ogre, goblin, skirmisher. So we've already seen all these then. Deer. Okay, so we know the ogre can, the deer can't, the rat can't, the sheep can't. Daedroth appears to not be able to, but we can check that again. Okay, so now we can start harvesting the data we need to harvest here really quick. So let's make sure we can get all these creatures checked off. So I'm going to load a previous save. I'm just going to see which creatures that Wabbajack can give you can go in these doors. Okay, can Goblin Skirmisher go in? Yes, okay. Confirmed. The deer does not seem to be able to go through the door. I don't know what would cause it to. Like, it wouldn't be in its script. I think it's safe to say the deer is a no. Troll. Okay, this is one we don't have yet. Yes, okay. Okay, so we want to double check Daedroth, and then we have Skeleton Champion, which I believe was able to go through the door. Yeah, okay. Good. Good RNG here, guys. Okay. That was inconclusive. Yeah, okay, so it just stands there. It also seems really dumb. Like, it takes forever to... Yeah, it must already be stand. Okay. Back to the document. We have creatures and their ability to enter doors. Excellent. Okay. Alright, so we have staff runs this script, and then The second script is tied to the ogre. So let's first examine this. This is just the name of the script. And I just like putting annotations for everything. Just to, so other people, when they come and read this later, they'll be able to click on everything and see what the deal was with it. Reference self and reference horse test. So I haven't actually encountered any scripting that uses ref yet. Like, because I've just been mostly looking at quest scripts, so I'm gonna skip those for now. But I assume that that's just like referring to the reference to the horse that's being horse test. Wait, what? Oh wow, it has things for like if you're riding a horse or not. Oh, okay. So begin script effect start. So this whole chunk of code is just running this script effect as soon as you like just self-explanatory, but like runs when the spell effect script is activated from the staff. Ref is like short a variable type. Okay, so is self, what is self? Oh, it's just the name of the variable. It hasn't been set to anything yet. Oh, yeah. Okay, so set. Okay, so these are just variable declarations. Cool. Okay, so set horse test to get self. I'm not familiar with that script. I would imagine get self gets the player specifically. Or no. I think the goal of this is you're not supposed to be able to wabbajack someone who's riding a horse is the goal. But funny enough, I don't believe that it checks if you can wabbajack what they're... let's test this really quick. I want to see what happens if you... wait for this to wear off, I guess. Let's just do this. So if I find... someone on a horse... So usually there's the guard on a horse somewhere around here. He usually patrols this area. Yes, okay. Oh, don't get off the horse. What's he attacking? Wait for him to get back on. Okay, so I believe you cannot wabbajack the man. Oh god. 228F0. Good. Glad I randomly... Okay. Now let's save this, because that was a horrible save other than that. Okay, and then if we... What? Oh, I have fists out. Okay, so if I wabbajack the horse... it doesn't do anything. Okay. And I assume I can't wabbajack the man either. Yeah, but I can wabbajack him when he gets off the horse? Or can you not do it to humans? I don't remember how wabbajack works. But it seems like these variables are preventing you from wabbajacking anything that's related to horses and stuff. But there might also be like a whitelist of certain... like Imperial Legion horses specifically might be whitelisted from being able to be hit with wabbajack. Anyway. Get self gets the actor that triggered the spell. So that'd be who it was cast onto, basically. Okay. If the spell is not already happening... Oh god, I'm gonna format this better. There's no good way to do this. If Wabbajack... Okay, if Wabbajack is running, and creature, and... No, it's better this way. And horse... Okay, so... a lot of conditionals. If the spell is not already on the... not already active. So I guess this would be global, like you can't have two Wabbajacks at once. Put each condition on its own line and indent further. Yeah, I could do that. Is there a way I can just slightly bump this? No. Good enough. Okay, so if the spell is not already active, Get Self is the actor that triggered the spell. So the person who has the spell is not Marin's Dagon. Wait, I thought this did work on Marin's Dagon. Maybe they patched it. And if... So Horse Test is the... Oh no, Horse Test is who it's cast onto, yeah. Yeah, so if it works on Marin's, did they type this wrong or something? And if the person hit with the spell is not riding a horse, and if the person hit with the spell is not dead. There's an interesting question. What if you revive with Staff of Worms and then hit them with Wabbajack? What happens, right? This could go deep. Okay, did I get all... I think I got all that right. So, if Wabbajack's not active on anything else, and the person hit by the spell is not Marin's Dagon, they aren't riding a horse... Well, okay, why is Get... Oh, okay, they messed it up. They should have done... if Horse Test is not... Why did they... They just set Horse Test to Get Self, and then they go and use Get Self independent of Horse Test instead of this. Why would they do it that way? Doesn't make him disappear, but he reappears where the creature despawns. Interesting. So that must mean it... I don't know why... How does this script work? But those scripts are interesting. Okay. And then... So once all those conditions are met, I think this one's messed up somehow because it seems to still let you run it on Mehrunes. Maybe his name isn't Creature Mehrunes Dagon. You know what I mean? Anyway. Okay, and then we have another set of conditionals before we can do anything. So this one is if is essential. Who is that in reference to? I used that method to transport him to my house. Oh, nice. That's funny. You can just push Mayrunes around wherever you want him. Okay, oh, that's a good point. I mean, we could go look. Oh, wait, why am I... Isn't he supposed to be in here? Casting on the reference. Oh, I see. Okay. I don't know why it's not appearing there, but anyway. So what Valorant is saying is, wait, which has an override ID. Right, so they're checking to make sure Mayrunes is, they're checking to make sure that what's being cast onto is not the base Mayrunes Dagon object, but it's actually returning the reference ID. So even though the reference ID is based on the base ID, it's not matching the value, so it fails, right? Or, well, it successfully fails because it's a not. How's it going, blah blahologist? Let me edit this. Let me write what you said. Creature Mayrunes Dagon is the base object, but the one in game is the reference, or placed reference, which has an override ID of Mayrunes Dagon ref, meaning this check will pass anyway when casting onto Mayrunes. Okay. It's like the SpongeBob essay. I come back to my comment and I have like one word. Anyway, okay, so one thing I don't know about how the scripting works is how is it, because it says is essential, get is creature, get infaction. Like, I get that those things are checking on the creature that's being cast upon, but it's not using horse test or self. It's not using these references. Is self like a default like this or something where when you set the ref to self, it defaults to doing self dot is essential and all that? Or, but that wouldn't, they're not even using self in this code, are they? Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, okay, it's, wait, no, that's a message box. So it's, is that a debug? Oh, here we go. Set self to get self. Okay, so they do use it just later. So these are comments. So gray those out. What am I doing? Oh, there we go. So these are like debug things. I can remove these, right? Yeah, okay. These are just actual code we don't need. And then these are like actual helpful information. Gotcha. Because these tell you things. Okay. Yeah, that looks ugly. And these are just a bunch of end ifs. Remember doing tests on him, that's why I remember. Okay, so yeah, so it is just like a completely different thing that it's checking against. So you can't Wabbajack essential creatures. Oh, there's this no Wabba faction. I don't know how to quickly check this, but I'd be willing to bet that the I don't know what fell in front of me there, but I'd be willing to bet that oh god, where'd it go? The Imperial Legion horse and the Imperial Legion officer are in the no Wabba faction. Default value should be get self, yeah. So, can I do like a get? I don't know how I would do this. Oh, it's called no Wabba faction. I don't know. I'm willing to bet that these ones are under that thing, basically. Okay. Only one target allowed at a time. Yeah, but you couldn't have run it anyway because of the spell running. Oh, sorry, that's the thing they're setting. Okay. Okay. So we're finally into the actual, like, what it does, which is these 4 lines. So, sets spell running to 1 to fail the original conditional, which avoids multiple targets having the effect at once. Okay. That one's simple enough. Set the target to get self. So that probably comes into play down here, I guess. Yeah, wabbajack.target. Yeah, so this is going to be sets the object's target for running during the second script below. And then set self to get self. Why? Does this do anything? I don't know why this would do anything. I'm going to leave that uncommented for now. Place at me Wabbajack list 1. Other scripts can check those variables. Oh, okay. Oh, so like somewhere down here it's going to have da Wabbajack dot self or something. Or not. What happens if you add Wabbajack to Skull plus Staff Corruption? Does it change loot Q speed of duping? Right. So we're gonna be getting into that in a hot minute here. But we know that there's this like whitelisted faction. We know it has to be a creature, so it wasn't gonna work on that guard anyway. And they have to not be essential. I don't even know any essential creatures. So I don't know if anything. Can anyone think of anything useful for this aside from the horse? Because it might. I don't know. I can't think of any other creatures. It would be beneficial to Wabbajack into another creature, but I could be wrong. Like if there's something that's like not supposed to be able to be killed, and then you kill it by Wabbajacking it early or something like that. There's no entities in the no Wabba faction. Interesting. Wait, but then how is... Okay. Let me check something here. So I want is essential. case sensitive. Wait, did I spell it wrong or something? Oh yeah, I did. Is essential, so it's not essential. It is a creature. Get in faction, no wab of faction. Why is that one not running? I don't know why that one's not working. I'm gonna look it up on the UESP. UESP probably has this info. Members of this faction cannot be affected by Wabbajack. Sheep, and then 3 things from the Shivering Isles. Why sheep? Wait, rank not available. Oh, because there's no ranks. Okay, so unless the UESP is wrong, which is always possible, it seems that all of this should pass on the horse, right? Well, a creature can't be riding a horse, actually. So shouldn't this be testing if it is a horse and it's being ridden currently? Isn't that what that should be checking? It could be wrong. The spell's not running, the creature is not Mirren's Dagon, and the horse test, because horse test is who it's being cast onto. Is riding horse. Let's see if that passes. Oh. So if I... Oops. If I get this guy to get off the horse... Why did he immediately get back on? Here, get off the horse, buddy. Okay. Oh, so now... Oh, so now we can Wabbajack. But it didn't work. Okay, so which other variable's not passing? The spell was not running. The creature was not Mirren's Dagon. The horse was not dead. And the horse was not being ridden. So it should have passed all that. Then it should go in here and pass all of these checks. Set the Wabbajack spell to 1. Set the target to get self. Set self to get self, which doesn't matter for this. And then place at me Wabbajack list 1. So it should have done all of that. And then applied this script to the resulting creature. But it didn't work. Creature is a broad category that includes NPCs. Right, but I typed get is creature, and it said 1. So it's definitely passing all these conditionals. So I'm not sure... Is it essential? No. Nothing makes sense about this. Maybe he has to be dead for some reason. Not that it matters why this part in particular isn't working. It would just be nice to understand how Wabbajack works a little better in case there's something more broken. The sheep flagged for the no Wabba faction is related to the Sanguine Rose. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna make this horse chill out. It just straight up doesn't work on this horse, but it passes all the conditionals. So there's something, maybe something down here is causing something weird to go on, or maybe this creature now has the Wabbajack creature script tied to it despite now being a regular horse. Or despite still being a regular horse. This is a cursed horse, I guess. We should revisit this part later, I think. I don't know. We should probably still try to focus on getting the horse into the actual city, because we've gone way off the beaten path on that, so... But I just want to quickly skim this. Checking every Imperial Legion horse now to see if any of them are in the faction. Okay, yeah, I think the Legion horses... Like, it says they're not in the faction, but they might be incorrect about that. But my console commands aren't letting me see directly if they're in the faction or not. I don't know what if this. I'm just guessing. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Let's try to get the horse into the city. Let's get back into this. That was a nice little aside, though. You feel free to keep looking into it, and then we can come back to this save and keep assessing what's going on there. But Phoebus, I cannot get the horse into the city. Any idea what I might be doing wrong? Oh, this save has it too. Okay. Oops. Yeah, it just straight up is not working for some unknown reason. I checked every variable that passes those. There must be a check in the next script that it's failing or something. Okay, good. We got the ogre. I'm gonna wait like ample time here and see if this has anything to do with it. Like way over 10 seconds. What happens if the user gets hit with Wabbajack? I believe because we're not a creature, it won't work. You'd have to be a creature for it to pass the check. I tried waiting an hour earlier and it didn't do anything, but let's see what it does now. You're not the horse. Where did you even come from? Anyway. Still not here. Oh, I don't know why this isn't working. But now... Try without waiting. Okay, it'll be 10 seconds eventually. Target the ogre with console before he runs in and then player move to it. Okay, yeah, we'll try that after this. Because that'll prove that it's actually physically in... Because we haven't seen it in the city yet. Maybe it's also getting messed up by this dude being pushed in and out of the door as well. I don't know. It's something weird like that. Okay, so let's do this. Goes in the door. Where'd the ID go? Is it just... Wait, what? The ID disappeared. I gotta watch Phoebus's video again. Oh, sorry. Let me show you what I'm looking at, I guess. Skip a minute, okay. Okay. So you wabbajacked a horse, turned into a troll, jumped onto those rocks. Troll went through the door, waited a while, then went in. Troll in here, good. Made sure it didn't kill the horse. Okay. Dead, but in the city. Okay, so I'm going to try to recreate your setup using exactly what you did and see what we need some control rules, but basically 3,000 save files. Okay, so across the bridge, then it runs over. How many seconds are happening here? Let's figure that out. Spell hits right there, so that's at 59 basically. It seems like that was more than 10 seconds, yeah? Maybe it was like right as it's wearing off. Another possibility is that because the cell isn't loaded... Oh, like you... Okay. So you're saying by loading outside of it, I've undone the script. So I should enter to load this zone. So now both zones exist. Ogre here, stand on rock. Ogre quits and goes into the city. Oh, the timing. See if that did anything though, because we did just push an ogre through the door. Potentially. No, okay. Oh, hey Zane, we're testing, trying to get a horse into the city by turning it into an enemy that can go through a door. Turn around, turn around. What are you doing? Why? What? Dude, do anything. Okay, maybe that'll work. Probably not, because I have to load this again. I'll get the timing of this eventually. Okay, so quickly get in here. There's no way that was 10 seconds, though. There is a problem. Get out of my way, dude. That looked good. Okay. But no ogre. By the way, did we confirm that we were all just miscommunicating about the standalone versus Steam versions of the game for 1.2? Because I don't think we ever did. Because this could be a version difference contributing to this. I've never seen this character. Never seen that character. Okay, so... Because we have that thing, what was it? There was something we were testing that was different. I have it in my notes, sorry. Use deluxe version on this one. Somewhere in my notes I wrote down a question to ask. Need to clarify with Phoebus that the Delphine Gent missing item is 0 weight and not negative weight to confirm that the Steam Game of the Year is not different from the standalone version. Right, okay. So, Phoebus, if you go and you pickpocket Delphine Gend without Skull of Corruption or anything, is the item negative weight, or is it only negative weight after you do Skull of Corruption stuff? In which case it's actually just a different item. That's the question. Because this determines... What's the benefits of having the horse in the city? So we can get it out again and do the horse vectors without having any of the... Because, like, if I leave the city, there's nothing out here, but you can still unlock all the locations. That's the goal. Okay, we're gonna get Phoebus' set up as close as possible, all the way down to it specifically being a troll. So we're gonna put the horse on the bridge right here, I believe. Pull out Wabbajack. This is the Phoebus setup right here. Good. We want a different enemy though that's faster. Okay, we got the troll. Then Phoebus stood all the way up here, made the troll go into the city. Let's kill the guard. These guards are so annoying. Trying to protect me and stuff. Okay. Whatever, we'll see if it works with an ogre since we're already in this boat. Where did you come from? God, come on. Okay, this sucks. So now I gotta go kill that guy. You cannot assist me. We also want the horse to be a little more on the actual bridge. Oh, am I dropping like crazy amounts of frames right now? Troll. Wait a hot minute here. What? Didn't work, I guess. Unrelated. Okay, yeah, I don't know why this isn't working, Phoebus. Am I doing anything that you can see that might be incorrect? Because obviously it could be like a random timing thing. Do you have like reliable luck with setting this up? Or do you end up having to try it a bunch to get that video to work? Okay, so the versions aren't different then, that's a relief. Also, it turns out you can just walk right here and they'll step in there, which is nice. Oh, I went too soon. Get back on there. Once we get this, it works usually. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And it doesn't have to be a troll like in the video, right? Like you said, you've had it work with an ogre. All these enemies are painfully stupid. Yeah, okay, let's just... No, I timed it bad. The time does not seem to always be 10 seconds. That seemed like a shorter time. I don't think the loading unloading thing is a thing either. Because It has to reload. It completely unloads when you go into a city anyway. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, so you can't hit it while you're... I don't know why I can't get this to work. Wait a minute. Oh, because it has the... It has it going. Cis Colossus. Doing well. Trying to get a horse into a city. I don't know why I can't get it to work. I'm doing everything. Doing all the steps. Okay, so it doesn't seem to work with a skeleton because they have a separate... Okay, whatever. We got an ogre. Let's just go in the city. Probably wait around here a hot minute. It could be that it's unloading everything to go in the city, but then how did Phoebus's video have that problem? Yeah, Phoebus had to reload the city and everything too. I can't think of what else could be a factor here. Worked a skeleton? I must be missing something. What other things could be an aspect of your save file that would be affecting this? Would it be my movement speed? Like, I'm moving so slow from the transition through the door that it... Okay, let's try that. Because when you go through a door, I bet it's still calculating that tiny travel distance, and maybe I'm slow enough that it's a long enough journey that the creature has time to simulate leaving. Send Phoebus my save and let him try. Yeah, I could do that. Let me do this really quick, because it might just be this. Because I noticed Phoebus's character was a lot faster. Oh my god, too fast. When you suck at a game you've played for years straight. Okay, here we go. Go in the door. Okay, wait a few seconds and then zip through the door. No. Here, let me send you my save file, Phoebus. It's gonna be 8:31. I'll put it on the Discord if other people want to poke around. Wait, where's my mouse? Where is my mouse? There we go. Oblivion ate my mouse. Okay, so let me find the file. I'll just put it in the glitch hunting channel. Oh, I can download your save as well, Phoebus. It looks like you just posted one. Okay, so there's that, and then... Works with skeleton, first try strange. I can send the save, send your save. Yeah, okay, so let me download Phoebus's save now. And chuck that in here. And then if all of this fails, we'll have to actually analyze the save file, I guess. Oh, it puts spaces automatically in the downloaded file name, so I have to manually replace all these really quick. Okay, that should work. Okay, let's load Phoebus's file and see if I'm just doing something wrong or if there's an exterior factor we're not considering. Oops. Oh, okay, well this isn't a good start. I don't have... Why do they make the yes and... okay, so... Alright. It's a stolen horse. Does that have anything to do with it? I bet I can't run it because I have different DLC installed. Let me enable... Oh no, it's gonna be a different, it's gonna be a different ESM slightly, isn't it? Because it's gonna be, the deluxe version. Because I'm playing on Game of the Year. Maybe the ESMs are actually different between deluxe and Game of the Year. I don't own deluxe. I guess I could buy it, but I'll probably do that off stream. But yeah, I don't know if this will work. So for now, let's assume that it's a save file difference and move on from this and try something different. Because if all it takes is I just have to buy a different version of the game off of Steam, then great. It's the stolen factor. Okay, let me... Well, how did you even get a stolen horse to appear here, Phoebus? Because, like, you can't willingly drag a horse here. A pick of the ESMs. Huh. Probably just wrote it. Oh, right, I forgot it doesn't set it to... Sorry. Okay, well, we don't want this. Okay, you specifically stole a white horse, which I'm assuming is probably here. Yep. 100% chameleon so I don't get arrested. Alright. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna test this. What do you guys want to test next? I kind of want to try overflow stuff because I think it's funny, but I don't really know. It'd be nice to prove overflowing has a... Oh, I was like, what is that giant, like, spindly thing? Okay. So you stole a horse, you parked it here, you made your save, now we're right back where Phoebus was. I'm gonna turn off chameleon just to be safe. You hit the horse, it turns into something. And then you stood up, I guess it doesn't matter which rocks. Stand, like, here somehow. Who? You are irrelevant, sir. You're ruining the progress of science. Alright, so let's try this again. Skirmisher, give up. Good. Too slow. Can't go through doors. Can't go through doors. Now to clarify, overflowing, according to Valorant, likely won't result in being able to generate augmas, but we could use it for other hilarious things. Wait a second, and then see if it was the stolen aspect, because that's the only thing that's, like, No, it might actually be the deluxe version, but again, like Valorant's saying, the ESM is probably like the exact same. Does my position on the rocks matter? Oh, I didn't want... wrong spell. Can't go through doors. Man, something's weird and I can't figure out what it would be. We might have to revisit this. We found a hilarious other glitch, though, to add to our extensive list of new discoveries on top of this, though. Maybe in Phoebus's video, the troll went inside, then he goes inside, then the troll goes outside, decides to come back inside and battle guards. I see that every time you go inside, looks like the creature is outside at the moment for some reason. Okay, so let's look at the Phoebus video really quick. Where'd my screen go? Did I press at some point? Oh, I did at Phoebus, so it removed that. Okay. That's the game, not the gameplay. Okay. Hits the horse, turns into a troll across the bridge, which is different than what I'm getting, but whatever. It appears that from 59 seconds, it seems to go in the door like a second after the effect has worn off or something weird. Maybe it is just a timing thing. Then he goes in, but it's like already here. And how much time does he wait? Waits a good solid. Yeah, okay, so... What the... Oh, it followed me up here. Whoops. Okay. Wow, please. Okay. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 6, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010. Okay, so that was not quite it. 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1000. Beavis, have you had any luck getting it to work on your other... It might be the DLC. Yeah, I'm gonna enable DLC. I'm doing it. You can't stop me. I'm enabling all of the DLC. Or actually, wait. Does Deluxe Edition include everything, not just... Yeah, okay. Okay, so I've enabled all the DLC. Let's load this up again. I'm probably gonna get a bunch of quest pop-ups that get in the way, but whatever. Not working. Okay. We'll come back to this later. For now, let's pivot into other stuff. It would be cool if this worked, but at the same time, the fact that it can't work on Shadowmere currently means that we're actually a bit of ways away from implementing this. For some reason, I thought it worked on Shadowmere. The DLC pop-ups suck. We're close to something working here, though. Okay, let me turn off DLC again. Oops, I just straight up opened the game. If we can find a reliable setup, it won't be too bad to implement, because we'll already have Shadowmere. It'll only take us maybe like 2 minutes to set this up, because it'll just be push Shadowmere into the city, clip out of the city, and then also just doing the Sheogorath quest out of sequence, so... Okay. Once we hear back from Phoebus about whether or not the file works on his version, we'll know if I was doing anything wrong. Yeah, you can't Wabbajack Shadowmere, so we'd have to find a way to make this work on Shadowmere somehow, or like push the... Wait. Yeah, I was thinking, because you were doing a lot of stuff with jail time follower stuff, so it could be that you like broke something else and then we're testing stuff with the glitch and it did work. It could be that. Maybe I should enable all the DLC with Phoebus's save file. That could be part of it. I might want to do that just to square this away really quick. Download it again. One second, guys. Sorry, I gotta rename the save file again. Let's take a moment. Okay. I have Phoebus's file. I have got to close the game and then enable all the DLC. Can we give regular horses enchantments? There might be some way to do something like that, yeah. We'll only be able to look into that if I can get this working, though. Otherwise, it's, you know, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Didn't seem to work with my save, but maybe your game is different. Wait, what? Okay, this didn't give me any warnings this time. Okay, so it's not... Oh, this makes it tough, because I don't think it's like versions of the game, but it could be DLC related, but we switched DLC on my file and it didn't work. Phoebus's works with DLC because it just crashes without it, but I don't know if that has anything to do with the glitch or if that's just because of file compatibility issues. But we are in here now, so that's cool, I guess. And to get a horse out of a city, I mean, that's not hard, because we'll have like 1,000 speed. Roughly. Let's do 800 to be safe. So it's some difference between our save files. Whoa. Why is this not working? Oh, is it the... Yeah, it's just the... Okay, so now we can at least preemptively decide how are we going to get the horse out of the city, I suppose. I think we're just going to have to ramp off of something. Anvil is, in particular, probably one of the harder ones to get out of the city. Oh, right, capped at 255. With better movement speed, we'll be able to, like, go crazy on this, though. We did go into space, but I don't have the enchantments. I can only console command. I'm somehow up here. I can't console command the enchantment values. Wait, hold up. Anyone see that? There's gotta be somewhere you can just straight up do this. I wonder if you can save clip, like, while on a horse. If you can save clip on a horse, this is hilarious. Oh, man. This looks enticing. I hate that when you're backing up and you're holding a direction, it still has tank controls, so you have to, like, back up opposite of what you would think. There's some way, like, if I had crazier speed, I could easily jump up here. Oh, oh, oh. Hold up. This is turning into Redguard, making all these sick jumps. Onto the chimney. Oh, oh, no, no, no. Okay. Oh, get over that wall, dude. Can I not jump at all? Oh, I can't. This is so close yet so far. They made this the perfect height that a horse can't jump over it. We'll find a way, guys. There's no way there isn't a way, and I see the way now. See what I'm seeing? Chapel, baby. Alright. Where'd my speed go? Where'd my speed... Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, how did this okay, there we go. We're out. We're out of there. Now, Thievis unfortunately already has the map discovered, but in theory, you would be able... And we're also just running straight into water. That's not a good... Oh, what? What? Hold up. Okay, 360 this out. There. Let's get back onto land here really quick. Now, we don't have ridiculous turbo speed, but we can at least see... Like, the horse will die, but if we can get the shadow mirror and everything set up, but like with... Wait, well, how am I that far outside of the map? You can do that? Let's explore this possibility. We're trying to get a horse outside of the city, which we already did. This is funny. The goal being that we could set up vectors where you can hit like a line of locations all at once, like this, by traveling in a straight line without having rocks and buildings get in the way. Because if you travel through the center of a location, you're gonna get stuck on the building. This is kind of cool too, though. Wish the horse hadn't died. Let me try this again, but like with the horse alive. I'm gonna give it a lot of health. Oh yeah, TMM to discover all locations, yeah. Well, this is interesting. This could go in the glitch thing. The fact that you can... Like, I'm sure this has been done before, but still good to notate that it has happened. So, like... Are we getting into, like, parallel universe territory here, you think? Like, if we go far enough, do we lap back around to the map again? Very interesting idea, but I doubt it's possible in this game. Because, like, the map is so massive, it wouldn't actually loop back around. What is the limit? Because you can't see my position, but I'm at, like, 500,000. I'm sure a float is, like, a huge number, though. In the middle of Hammerfell. Nice. We've unlocked ES6. Oh, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna realistically manually run that far, then. Wonder if there's... it seems to be moving the map down. I'm gonna try to hit, like, a corner just out of curiosity. Oh, you already did this? Nice. Okay. Is there an end to it? Like, is this worth continuing to run into a straight line or no? Anyway. Okay, well... We know the horse stuff... I'm gonna turn DLC off. We know the horse can get into the city under some circumstances that we're unsure of specifically what they are, but we've kind of given ourselves something to go off of for... We can revisit it probably later this stream or whatever. Why would I have a UW shirt? Okay, so... Let's get back here really quick. Horse into city discovered. So what were the big takeaways here? So Phoebus's save file for some reason works, but not mine. This could be related to DLC, jail time followers glitch, the horse being stolen, or any number of factors. Might need to examine the save file more in depth later. Okay, so this is probably like a math lab in it sort of thing. But that's our key takeaway from the horse into city thing, and then additionally discovered the Schrodinger's ogre trick to link the transformed enemy and the horse, so anything that happens to one happens to the other. is there any useful application for this? Need to add this glitch to glitch hunting index and also the outside of the map glitch. Okay. Good. So we've checked this off basically. We're gonna make this like yellow. I don't know. Okay, so we did that. We didn't solve it, but we did get some good takeaways for learning future stuff. Go Cougars. Nice. Check if I can get into the moth well. Or if you can get into the moth well. Using what? Go in, or go there and then load in to see if you're under the well. It doesn't, that's not really how it works. I don't think it'll do anything. Alright. That's cool. Sure, didn't install UW for the Gen X. Oh, that's pretty cool. So you're like kind of in this area or at one time where that's interesting. Okay, so the small thing we can check really quick. It's kind of boring. I don't really want to do it. Basically, Speechcraft on you and on Dorian affect things for gold farming. So we can actually make gold farming ever so slightly faster by boosting his Speechcraft and lowering ours so that bribes cost more. That's that. So the structures are unloaded, but the terrain, but because the structures are unloaded, that means we're not going to actually be able to activate the underside of the well, right? That's the main problem. Oh, I didn't turn the DLC off. I accidentally clicked on elderscrolls.com on the launcher. Okay. So the map is unloaded, but the terrain isn't. So if I set an exact like load warp position, like a saddle position, exactly where the well is, my height would still be too tall, if that makes sense. Like we have to figure out how to get under the terrain, and this doesn't allow us to do that technically. Or do you mean like load it in like crazy fast? Like spam before the well loads, you open the door. Like in the, okay, so if we're out of bounds with, what do you mean load in though? Load in what? How? Like load in through a door to that area? Fast travel there? Either way, that like we can't like, when you load in somewhere, it puts your position at like a door or a fast travel point, so it won't actually, unless I'm misunderstanding what you mean. Right, but if you load in, does waiting, I don't think waiting loads in structures. Let me check. Hopefully this doesn't crash everything. God, look, why are the yes and no switched? Who designed this? Okay, so first of all, I need to get away from combat. I'm also gonna... But you can see how horse vectors are largely uninterrupted. Why are you here? Hold up, there's a structure that's actually here? Why? Gotta investigate this really quick. What is happening? Why can I only move up and down? Okay, so that's not real. Continue our conquest. Well, that's no good. That means that area... That means there might actually be random buildings, although it's significantly less clutter than we would expect from regular horse vectors. And the angle of the terrain doesn't seem to be changing our horse's position, which is good. At least not... Like, right there is like a little bit. It's not, like, significant. Actually, now that there's more mountains, it is. Todd Howard's cottage. Okay, so we'll be there in a second. I guess I wish I could make the horse faster, but I don't have anything available right now. Yeah, you can find the locations this way. That's the main reason I wanted to see if we could find a way to get a horse outside the city, because it's just horse vectors without obstacles, and you can still discover everything. Like, that's a terrain issue, so that'd be like a... I still don't think horse vectors will work in the exact perfect sense, but I think we could use the vectors it gives us and slightly manually adjust our position left or right to pick up, like, certain ones along the way. You know, almost like the curved vector idea. Okay, so to show you what I'm talking about, unless I'm wrong, I don't think waiting makes things appear around you. Because you're in a cell that isn't outdoors. So by doing this, you're not actually, like, able... Like, the well is, like, I can't really tell, but it's somewhere around here. Like, there's a chapel right up on that little lip there, and then the actual catacombs is there. So the well is probably, like, right here, right? So if I put a marker, like, exactly where I'm at, just to see for later... I didn't know the markers were actually independent between these two maps. But anyway, so if I fast travel here, then it'll load everything in. Right? But it spawns me there every time. So when I go over to the well, right, and I try to get in, there's like nothing to load, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't even considered the same cell. My marker is like somewhere else, you know what I mean? Like, it thinks it's over there because I was in the anvil cell. So it's like not even... It's not possible. But I kind of see what you mean about the... Like, because the thing is just right here, right? So we only have to get like this low to be able to get to it, which is like... Like, if I clip inside the well... It like pushes... Oh, it pushes me like all the way out instantly. It really doesn't want you getting into this well. If you TCL into the well, you can see the object isn't in the well, it's under the... Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. So, like, the terrain line is like that. So if you TCL glitch into this with the horse, you can't, like, see how I can't look and actually do anything and crouch? This is what we ran into when we tried the TCL glitch. So we'd have to find some way to, like, get underneath the actual ground of the game, which I have no idea how that would work. Like, because if you run into a wall like this, I don't know, and save, and then you go and load another zone, and then try to clip through that ground, that's just, oops. It's just not, it doesn't work that way. Save clippings through, like, not terrain's like its own separate beast. Like, the terrain itself for outdoors seems unclippable with current methods. Like, nothing we've tried works. Anyway. Okay, so there's a few interesting things here. This is all kind of one giant rabbit hole to go down. But basically, let's start with the negative item glitch. This is the easiest thing to explain. So, you know the Dorian glitch, right? You grab money out of Dorian's pockets, and it's infinite, right? I remember falling down at high speeds. Sometimes objects don't collide with the player. It's enough to get into the well. You mean like... Yeah, I don't... Like, if you fall fast enough, I don't think you go through the ground, if that's what you're saying. But here, let me explain negative item stuff, because this is like the main stuff I wanted to get to today. So, a person who joined the Discord named Sim said, NPCs with an this isn't a direct quote or anything, but a summary of what they found. NPCs with an inventory item assigned to them with a quantity of -1 seem to create a situation where that particular item can be duped repeatedly by pulling the item in and out of the inventory to exponentially stack. This is observable with Lucian in this video that I showed you guys earlier, where it's probably right here. They just repeatedly go into the inventory of Lucian and they just dump lockpicks into him, right? And then when they click on them, they get them infinitely. So they're getting 176 per click, right? So this is why the Dorian glitch works, because Dorian has negative gold in his inventory as well. So the glitch requires the item to specifically be set to -1 in the NPC's inventory, and because of how pickpocketing works, we can only dupe items that have this aspect to them if they're 0 weight, because we can't put them back in the character repeatedly if they're not 0 weight. You can pull them out, but for some reason it only works if you put the item in first and then start taking them out. So to prove that this works, this video was made to demonstrate it by Sim, where he set Skriva's gold to be -10, just like Dorian, and then the same Dorian effect is evident, right? So this proves that this is why the Dorian glitch works, is the negative item thing, which is very interesting. So, Valornan looked into it more and said, it appears chests with -1 of an item in them indicate a respawning ingredient, but this functionality doesn't work when the NPC is the container. This isn't the right term, but I was paraphrasing. When the NPC is the container, resulting in the glitch. So Valornan went and used the SQL database thing to pull through, or to pull everything out. So there's 27 containers with a -1 item stack in them and 156 NPCs with negative items. So Valornan made this spreadsheet. These are all the items in the game and the NPC that they're on that have an item stack count of negative value. So it doesn't have to be -1 specifically, it just has to be negative. So when you look through all these items, the vast majority of them are food for some reason, or like a key or something that you just don't really, it wouldn't be super useful to do this to get multiple of it, because we have the dupe glitch at our disposal anyway, right? But so the best example is where is he? Gold, right, for Dorian. So Dorian's -10 gold. So that's an item we can dupe. And then, oh, interesting, they have the random loot thing on them. A negative amount of a random. Wait a minute. Hey Valornan, you said that the LL0 means level loot things, right? So like a leveled loot value of -1 means that that's actually a negative weight we could infinitely pull, right? Sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of the explanation, but yeah, so like, if we find these people and they have these items on them, we can pull them. But like, so if we look through this, we have carrot, ale, beef, etc. We have some books which don't really do anything because they're not skill books or nothing like that. LO0 items result in a negative weight when cloned with the staff. Oh, so you can't just outright get them from the start. Gotcha. Okay, so I've looked through this whole list. I guess I should look through it again, but the 3 immediately useful ones we found that are the 2 we already knew about, which are Lucian's lockpicks, because duping lockpicks is annoying throughout the run and they're weightless. So if we could just get like 20,000 of them and call it a day, great. Like, we don't even need that many lockpicks throughout the run, but it would just be nice to not have to do the duping chain on them and just get a large amount. And then of course you have Dorian for gold. So Dorian has infinite gold, and we use that quite extensively for this. And then finally, this is the key here. Delphine Gend has an item called Ponder Item, which is a glitched item called Missing Name in game. So let me show you that item really quick. Let me load. Okay. This is Delphine Gend right here. Here she is. Her inventory has Ponder Item in it. I think this is her pondering. I don't know. The item, we have no idea what it does functionally, but she has it in her inventory. It might just make her do this. But when you go into her inventory, there it is. It just says missing name because it's not like a real item that you can usually have in your inventory. So we can just grab that item out of her inventory. I think I failed the pickpocket check, but basically, let me do this until I get it. There. So now we've the missing name item, right? And you're probably wondering, what does it do? What does it look like? Well, we can hotkey it, and then nothing happens. And when you hotkey, it just starts like overwriting things really weirdly, and it makes no sense. So like, if I change this to that. So the hotkey just like totally doesn't work anymore. It's just, I don't know, it like shuffles the graphics around to show like your previous thing you had hotkeyed there. But it's legitimately hotkeyed on 3 at this point. If I hold it down, it doesn't show anything, but it just says you cannot equip this item because it's a miscellaneous item. We have no idea what's up with it, but when you drop it, it looks like this on PC. And don't do this on console because it crashes your game and kind of overheats your Xbox a little bit. But anyway, so this is Ponder Item. There's like no way to pick it up once you've dropped it. It's just glitched like this as far as we can tell. But like, and it just stays there forever. Super, super weird item. But because Ponder Item is a negative item, we can actually, let me, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but in the interest of demonstrating this, I need to do Skull of Corruption. So I've Skull of Corrupted her so that I can keep putting the item in and out over and over again. Or no, sorry, you're not supposed to kill her. You're supposed to use the skull. Wait, no, I don't want to use the skull. I'm stupid. We're just gonna paralyze her. If you take the item while paralyzed, and then you put it back, now it's in there again, right? And if you take it... Oh, it actually left her inventory. At some point in the... There we go. So now every time I pick this up, I'm picking up missing name over and over again. Oh, that's like a default no model texture. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, so you can see I'm grabbing this over and over again, so now I have a ton of them. And you can put a bunch of them back and just keep grabbing them like this. And I figured out the fastest way to do this is to pick this with the down arrow, press enter, and then do down arrow, enter like this. So it's like that's one cycle, so you go. But because it's exponential, you should just grab like a handful of them and then repeat this. So you do that a couple times to get a stack. Keep scaling it up. Like that. So I'm going to do this a little bit. Just to demonstrate something, because we're going to hit an integer limit. So it's 7 million out of, we need like 2 billion, but it scales up fast. We're at 51 million. What is this? This is, yeah, 400 million. So now we have like 2 billion of it. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I broke it. Okay, I have a save file to fix this. But basically, once you scale it up enough, let me pull up my save I made. The end result is she has like a crazy amount in her inventory, and you have a crazy amount in your inventory if you just keep grabbing them. So, as we talked about earlier with the Ogma overflow, the maximum integer value of this is a range between negative. Let me find the exact number because I'm always. It's just like, okay. The maximum value is, or the minimum value is negative 2,147,483,648. That's when all of these numbers, this is form ID, but pretend this is quantity. That's when all of the quantity bits are all one for this entire 4 byte thing, right? So that's when they're all negative, and then the maximum value is the same value but positive if this is 0 and these are all ones, because 0 means negative, or 0 means positive, 1 means negative. So we know this is a signed integer. We know that the quantity is a signed integer because right now I'm at like 1 billion something. So if I eclipse that and go to 2 billion something and go back in my inventory, it disappears. That's because it has overflown from 2 billion back to the negative 2 billion, and it's now counting back up, trying to get back up to 0. So what we're now left with is it won't display it in your inventory when it's negative. It'll only display it if it has a positive value. So if we grab more of them, like this, and grab another batch of them, now they're back in our inventory and we have a different number because we went from like 1.8 billion something and we overflowed into the negatives, and then we got out of the negatives and now we're back into the positives. It's kind of confusing. Let me show this full screen. It's kind of confusing because you can keep overflowing this. According to Valornan, what's happening here is, let me throw this up here. What's happening here is not this. Ignore this. But when you overflow the ponder item's value, what it does is it increments the next thing in memory, which we don't know what that is yet, but we were thinking we could get it to be some other item. So whatever's next to it in memory increments by 1. So, like it would just do this, like that. So the form ID would become 228F2 instead of 228F1, changing what the form ID tied to that thing is. And then this wraps back to the negative 2 whatever. So, that's what you think's happening, hasn't been verified yet. Right, so our goal is to, like, investigate and prove that the overflowing thing actually works. So we could try to do that right now with the ponder item, but I want to continue explaining some stuff about the missing name thing. So this is what we know. We have 3 items that are actually useful, plus a bunch of food items and other throwaway garbage. And these are the items we can use to get absurd stacks of items to overflow them. Can you look at the memory addresses in Cheat Engine? Yeah, I can. Let me open up Cheat Engine. I haven't used Cheat Engine in a while, so apologies if this is like the most painful experience ever. Where I can't even find it on my desktop. There it is. It's also going to be kind of hard to show everything. I'm going to just share my whole desktop and hope this doesn't cause like some awful breach of my privacy, so. Okay, and let me move this. Okay, so welcome to Cheat Engine. We're going to select a process. This is everything that's open on my computer right now. And we're going to pick the game we're running right now, which is Oblivion. Hopefully my computer can handle all of this. So the way Cheat Engine works is you're like scanning for values and stuff. So like let me find, how do I want to test this? I want to put the Ogma in my inventory is the main thing. So let me look up, or I know the item ID at this point. Okay, so I have the Augment Infinium in my inventory, right? There it is. somewhere. So the goal is to figure out how is the game actually placing your inventory in memory. A few questions are: do brand new items get allocated right next to each other? And if so, what happens if you had so much stuff allocated? Like, the way I imagine it works is it has all these little blotches of chunks of times you've updated the inventory, because if it tried to allocate like this massive chunk of memory for just anticipating how many items you'd have in your inventory, that would not be efficient. What's efficient is to situationally use memory where you actually are needing to allocate it for stuff in the save file. So what I imagine happens is you add Augma to your inventory, it finds like some convenient freed up memory and it places Augma there, and it's just using pointers to connect like your whole inventory array. It's not actually putting Augma in the space directly after the last thing that entered your inventory or like anything like that. I think it's an array of pointers to memory where these things are stored. So what that would mean is you have to find a way to force these to be next to each other to get this to work. And I think the way to do that would either to be acquire two items at the exact same time, or it could be to close and reopen the game, and then it reallocates memory all at once at the start of loading in your save file, and when it does that, it would place all of your inventory state next to each other. So these are all things we have to investigate here. Array of pointers to object structures or possibly linked lists. It's part of what I haven't investigated yet. Okay, so I'm going to look into that a little bit right now then. I just realized that it's showing the game and the game. But yeah, so in Cheat Engine, for example, we know that it's 228F1 is the value of Augma, and we want that exact value. So if we scan for that, sorry, I have to do hex. I want to find scan value of 228F1. There it is. So these are all the spots that exist in Cheat Engine. These are all examples of where Augma could be allocated throughout the thing. So like, if I go into the game, I think of the best way to do this, because I don't want the game to cover up Cheat Engine for you guys. I'm just going to throw... Oh man, how do I do this? Because then I'll have OBS on screen. Okay, I'm going to put OBS over here. I'm going to put this over here, oh god. And I'm going to switch the display to be the second one. Okay, there we go. That's better. Also, there's a bunch of stuff on screen that I would ideally not... Okay, let me crop this really quick. Because I want to make sure there's space for chat and stuff. Oh, I don't want that. Sorry. This will take a second. Okay, so we just need like the main windows that gives us a little bit of vertical space, and then we want that's it's not gonna be a great way to do this, but you know, I'm gonna hide a lot of stuff underneath this for now. Well, I don't know, whatever. Is the text like too distracting for you guys? That's the real question. If you can, I mean, the point is to just see this part, I suppose. But anyway. So in the game, we have these values. So, like, I bet if I load the save from before... I'm going to make a save here because I added this. It's going to be really hard to, like, completely deconstruct. But see how these values changed? The values that are... Oh, why is Cheat Engine not up? Oh no, does it... Wait, hold up. Something stupid is happening. Oh god. When I pull the game up... Why does it hide my second monitor? I hate Oblivion, dude. Okay, so this isn't gonna work this way. Display capture was a bad idea, I guess. Let's just change the dock mode. It's like Oblivion, when it goes full screen, it disables my second monitor in OBS's view, apparently. So, let me see if I can just change this to Cheat Engine. Oh my god, okay. That's gonna be that, and we're gonna have a separate window. And you just won't be able to see any of the Cheat Engine stuff I'm doing, I guess. Other than this, of course. whatever. And then this is probably good enough. And then put cheat engine there. And no, what am I trying to do here? I just want Chrome to be under both of these, and this, yeah, okay, whatever. This is fine. This looks messy, but I wasn't anticipating doing this, but I want to see if I can figure something out. So you'll notice these red values showed up in cheat engine, right? The red values are essentially demonstrating when memory has changed, right? So the red 2 values change, and I bet if I load my other save file, those will come back. So this is the save file that does have Augma. Do those become the right value? 228F1 comes back again. Great. This is actually good, because this means that we've actually properly identified, like, so watch the bottom one again. This save file has Augma in its inventory. This save file I'm about to load doesn't. So when it loads this one, it doesn't have it there. And I bet if I pick up, like, some other item, like 24250, is that, where does it doesn't allocate it in the same spot. Okay, so we're learning something. But anyway, what this probably means is that the 1EA931B4 address in memory is where it put Augma, right? So then you can go into cheat engine. I mean, this isn't, I'm just speculating, but you can go into this thing that does like a memory, browse this memory region. It opens up this second window that I'll switch to. It opens up this in the memory, and where am I looking here? Oh, I'm so bad at reading these. F2802, that's not the same thing I was looking at. 228F1. Sorry. Am I not looking at the right address? I might not be looking at the right address. 1EAB4 931. Let's C4. Oh, I shouldn't have tried to do this on the fly. Okay, but this shows whatever. I'm gonna be like a total failure at this. But here, as I'm playing the game, you can watch the values adjust, and maybe this represents F12800200. Okay, yeah, I gotta get used to reading all of this. So if I pick up like other stuff, does it continue to add things in the same area? Because there's a huge gap of just nothingness. Maybe all the books are in a row, so let's try picking up some other books. You know? Doesn't appear that memory is changing around this. Because it would show up red if it changes. And these are all going into my inventory, but they're all also stolen. I don't know the best way to, like, systematically figure this out. I just want to kind of poke around with it. Rave point... Oh, wait, sorry. Byte values in memory are reversed. Oh, okay. Right. That's gonna get annoying to get used to. Come on, give me some changed values here. We can also just look at specific items we add and see where in memory they go as well. Because right now, this Augma business doesn't seem to be doing anything. Like, if I read Augma and get rid of it, it should deallocate it from here, right? No? Maybe I don't have the right address or something then. We could try to look backwards and figure out where... Because, okay, so if I add Augma on this other file that doesn't have... Okay, so it goes away. If I add Augma, does it consistently return to that spot? No. The form IDs array, what does that mean? Okay, so this might be the wrong one then you're saying, so let me switch it back. And then also you can just like scan again, basically. If you do like a new scan, you look for the same value, you'll get different addresses and stuff like that. In this case, we have... Sorry, I'm trying to like have Cheat Engine and the game open and OBS. I just don't have enough monitors for it. There's an array of IDs in the player's save file that can be referenced by index. Example 5... That my game froze. Maybe Cheat Engine's not my thing right now. I haven't used it in forever. I probably shouldn't be trying to like randomly do it on stream, but I also crashed the game, so I gotta reload this. It should latch on to... So it opened up Oblivion up at the top there, but all the variables are in different spots. So now if I look for Ogma's value, what do I get? Wait, what? Oh, it's a different... Never mind, it didn't latch onto it correctly. There we go. So if you fresh load the game and do nothing else, Ogma appears at 3 spots in memory. So... And it's not even necessarily that one of these is the actual player array. These variables could... Because the array that has all the items would be storing these addresses, these pointers to these values, not the values themselves being stored in it. So we'd probably want to do like a reverse pointer thing to like find what's pointing to these variables. I'm not fluent enough in Cheat Engine to remember how to do that. But browse memory each of them and check for a 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0 following them. Okay, so let me... Browse this memory region, go to this and change it to that. Okay. So I'm looking for... Sorry, let me... I can't read chat at the same time. Browse memory, each of them, and check for the 0, 1 thing following them. So this one does not have it. It has something else. 0228F1. So this one would be 0A9486. I'm just curious what that is. Not an item. Okay, so the next thing wasn't... Well, that's not how it would be stored anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so that ain't it. Now let's pull up another one. Did that show the right thing? Yeah, okay, that updated on OBS. That's good. There's something else. I'm just curious, like, what the... Oh, I see what you mean. So the quantity would be represented here as 1. Right. Okay, so you're saying this can't be it. That one's not it either, though. Wait a minute. These don't appear to be stored next to each other. All 3 of these were not it. Unless it's not stored that way. Unless inventory is treated completely differently entirely than the normal item struct. I mean, that's definitely possible. We could also do the old school, like if we do not as hex. So Ogma currently has a value of 1. So you would start by there's a 1.2 million. Oh, why is it doing that to my cursor? I didn't realize how much of a disaster it is to try to stream. Okay, so see at the very top, it says, top left, it says 1.2 million things that have a value of 1. One of these is the number of Ogma Infiniums we have. So if I do player.add item 228F1 and I add another one, we can do the next scan should be increased value by 1. So now we do the next scan. So only 1.5k things increased from 1 to 2 specifically. So now we're down to this. And you can do that and find the exact part in memory that tells you the value of the quantity of augmas. And then you can change that, presumably, unless it's really weird. You should be able to change that number and it'll give you more augmas. Although it wouldn't... I don't know. Something weird could be happening. And none of these seem to be changing either. Sometimes if these flash red, that means you can scan that they haven't changed. So now I'm gonna... Oops. Where's my mouse? Okay, so now we're gonna do this again. So now it should go from 2 to 3. So the value should have increased by 1. So now we're down to 10 things. And now value should have increased by 1. There. So there in memory, we have isolated, I believe, the quantity of augma. So if we add 7 of these, it should go up to 11. And it does. Okay, so in memory, we now know in this instance of the game running, we don't have a concrete like pointer to it every time. Like we would have to calculate offsets to find stuff like that. But what we have here is in this instance, that's why I'm hoping the game doesn't crash. We have 80B7058 is the memory address. So now if we expand that in the memory region, value of 11. I wish I knew how to read addresses more effectively. Let me pull this up and see if you guys know what's going on here. So the value we're looking for is 11, which... What is that in hex? I'm so dumb. Decimal to hex 11. 11 decimals, just B. Okay, 0B, right? Okay, so looking for 0B, so it's right there, and then there's 4 extra, or there's 3 other bytes after it, right? So that's our value there, and then we're looking for the item ID of augma, but it could just be that it's storing an address pointing to, so like, okay, it could be this is the item quantity and this is augma's pointer address to where it is, or it could be that this is the pointer to the augma address, right? It could be one of those. So we could directly see what's exactly at F83Z2807, or would it be 07283CF8 because memory's backwards? One of those two things would be worth looking at, I would think. And once we like know how this part works, we can just always isolate the augma quantity again in this same method, or find a direct pointer, which is like way harder, but we could just find it every time and actually look in memory and see how things are bleeding into each other if we overflow. We can basically confirm if overflow actually works or not, and then see what to do with it. But yeah, so if everything's stored backwards, would the address be 0728 3CF8, I believe. Well, anyway, I can type that in. Oh wait, that's not what I want. I want really? I can't select. There we go. Okay, so temporarily we can double click this value and keep it down here for later. And then we can do a new scan, and we want to look for an exact value. Or wait, no, we want to look at... Okay, so we want to see where it's storing the memory viewer. Oh my god, cheat engine, please. The memory viewer over here. I should have figured this out a little better. No. My windows are just not going where I want them to. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're at this memory region here, and we're looking for F. Okay, so we want 07283CF8. That exact value. There it is, and that's of course the region right before. But wait, so how do we look at that exact address in Cheat Engine? That's the thing I'm bad with. Is it this? Is this how this works? Or no, wait, add address manually. Forgot about that. This address has a value of 16. That number looks familiar. Let me go to the spreadsheet. Why does that number look familiar? Is that Ogma as a decimal value? 228F1. Let me look up a hex calculator. No, that's not even close. For some reason, this value looks familiar to me, and I have no idea why. The 1688 thing. I mean, I'm failing to attempt to do something along those lines, Fucat. I don't know. I thought it'd be kind of interesting to, like, actually throw the game into Cheat Engine and see if I could just accidentally stumble across something, but I've isolated the Ogma book quantity. That's good, right? I haven't been able to find. Okay, so what we do know, I guess, is that the book doesn't appear to have its value and its quantity, like its form ID and its quantity stored like directly next to each other in memory. It really seems like completely different. Oh, whoops. Oh my god, do I really have to type this in? Honestly, it might be better to wait on testing overflow until we can do more technical digging. Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could, like, if I could find anything technical on stream. Because, like, I don't know, people don't really get to see this part of the process very much. They just, like, because when I do the streams, it's like, hey, we already found all this stuff, you know, but I don't know, maybe you're right. It might be better to think tank this later. Wish there was some weird exploitable glitch that is with character creation, like the bigger the nose, the faster you run. Yeah, that'd be funny. Like if you make the hair taller, it makes your character's height taller so you run faster or something. Item count has a very specific value, several million. Well, it's 11 is how many of the Ogma I have. In this case, like I'm just in the... I was trying to find where Ogma exists in the player inventory just to see how stuff is structured. But we have the 228F1 thing. Oh, that was interesting. Hold up. Something just flashed on the memory viewer. I'm gonna try to level up my acrobatics really quick. Wasn't that? So NPC schedule info seems to be changing in memory or something weird. Like those people started conversation, memory flashed, their conversation ended and the memory changed again. I think I've accidentally stumbled across an area where it stores information about like sound file or like sounds that are playing or something. Man, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we should put a pin in this. Okay, well, let me go back to this. I've done cheat engine stuff in much simpler games. So if you overflow, there should be a change in the 07283 CSC, right? Like, well, we don't know for sure how the memory stuff is structured. It seems like it should be something like this, but we have to figure that out So I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't. Like I need to get better with cheat engine. I think before I try streaming, like solving stuff with it. I might use it to like visually prove stuff people find like on the in the glitch hunting Discord. But for now, I mean, there's plenty of stuff to be testing here with like just in-game things as well. But yeah, so the negative item thing, the idea is that you can get a ton of items quickly by abusing those stacks. So it doesn't appear to be a lot of useful instances of this, but one thing we can do, which I forgot to write, so we could Skull of Corruption ourself after getting a desired 0 weight item. Whatever. Oh, okay. You can Skull of Corruption yourself after getting a desired 0 weight item in a negative stack quantity via the overflow. Then pickpocket your clone to make any item have the negative item stack glitch. I don't know if this is useful, but overflow would only occur in the register level. Oh, okay. Some of that stuff's a little bit outside of my wheelhouse, but I could probably learn like a lot of the terminology and stuff. But anyway, so 0 weight item, negative stack quantity. So the idea would be like if you get I don't know, like what if you really wanted pears and you just like got a ton of pears on your character, so many in fact that you had more than the 2 billion integer limit, and it underflowed into the negatives, so the game thought you had negative 2 billion of them, and then you could use Skull of Corruption on your clone, and that clone now has the negative item stack thing, and you can just pull 2 million of that item infinitely. Like, I don't know if that's even worth it, but it's kind of funny to think about. Okay, so where are we? Let's move to the next part because this segues. So we got a ton of items from Delphine Gen that are a missing name item. Missing name items seem to be in certain chests and on certain characters when, like, according to people talking about glitches on other websites. Phoebus pointed out you can dupe items, or dupe items can be acquired easily using Skull of Corruption. So there's a new Vermina strat we're gonna look at in a bit here. Basically, you do the Vermina strat to get the Skull of Corruption, then you use Permakey to get to Mana Marco to get the Staff of Worms using the skull on him, and then we can test some other unrelated logic stuff, and then you can get infinite carry weight basically by getting these missing name items with the Skull of Corruption with negative carry weight. And having negative carry weight would reduce the amount of perma enchanting we're doing. The compiler's weird. Uh-oh. So, we clarified that with Phoebus. Valornan made this database of all the items in the game and their weight and their form ID and stuff, so you can like easily see. The form IDs are all decimal, unfortunately, but like the idea here is you have all these 0 weight items we could figure out if we want to mess with pickpocketing stuff. But anyway, I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, I want to try this. I want to see, can you get the Skull of Corruption early, and then can you use it to get a 0 weight item easily and dupe it repeatedly to get a ton of negative weight on your character so that you don't have to worry about carry capacity the whole run. That's the main thing I want to test. So step 1, on a fresh save file, not fresh, but like on a save file, can we immediately do the Vermina thing? Actually, I want skooma. I should wait till I have skooma. Do I have skooma on this file? I do. Okay, so Vermina's shrine is like right here. For the sake of making this like totally legit, I'm gonna see it like I don't want to mess with the map markers. Oh, I messed this up. So normally for Vermina, you need to be level 5, but much worse than that. You need to have like an exceptionally high level, sorry, you need to have an exceptionally RNG heavy item, the Black Soul Gem, which can only be found in random drops, or you can make one, and making one takes forever depending on what point in time it is when you start that part of the run. So it's really annoying. So ideally you wouldn't need a Black Soul Gem, and you wouldn't need to deal with the cutscene or any of that. So Phoebus found a method that we're going to test here where you can start this cutscene with, I think it's one of these guys. So this starts the quest. And when you start the quest, it says you must be level 5, all of that. And then Arkved's Tower, which actually, this doesn't matter. With Arkved's Tower, which is right here, it apparently spawns the door to the castle or something, like, before you've offered her the thing. So I gotta see how this works. Because Phoebus claims he clipped in and got the orb. But it's not here for me. Huh. Phoebus, how did you get into this door without doing the cutscene? Because there's two entrances to this thing. There's a trap door that only happens when you come out of the area, and then there's this door that is disabled until you start her quest. But Phoebus was saying that it enables this door or something. Let me look. Phoebus said, if you start the Vermina quest to get the need to be level X stage, you can clip into the orb or something. Let me look this up. Sorry, 1 second. We need to start the quest where it shows that our level is too low. Then we wall clip inside and get the orb, and that updates the quest where we can get the staff. Okay. I hope this isn't like a version difference thing again, because it'd be really uncanny. Because this just isn't here. Oops. It crashed. Phoebus might not be here right now. Oh, it started incrementing my save files off of Phoebus's. Maybe it's like a loading thing? I don't know. Oh, I shouldn't be jumping. But there's some way to get in here, presumably. I wish Phoebus was here so I could clarify, because this doesn't seem... This seems like the problem I already ran into, where the door doesn't appear at all. Take a while, I guess. I guess I could wait an hour. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the door's not there. Am I missing something? There's no other door, is there? I don't know if this even works. Phoebus might have misspoke or something. I don't know. But he says clip in to get the orb, but clip into where? Because this isn't here, and this isn't here. They're, like, actually just not in the game. Unless there is something hidden somewhere in, like, the walls here. But if there was a door, it would show up on the map. What's this? Wait. What even is this? Why is this door down here? You can't even get here in the actual game. Interesting. Although I don't know if that's the door Phoebus is. Is it possible you had, like, already somehow done the quest? Oh, if you save warp to get in, yeah, we won't even have a door to save warp with. Or, like, you know, like... That would require a second save file, which wouldn't, you know, we'd have to already be the level and stuff to get it to work. It's an interesting idea, though, that this would enable the door. Maybe the door only enables after the offering? Okay, so this doesn't work then. Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, there's no... I guess this doesn't work then. So let me update the document. Man, that's unfortunate. That would have been cool. Well, okay, so this raises a problem then, is that we can't actually get the School of Corruption early in the run. That kind of... Oh man, that kind of derails a bunch of stuff, doesn't it? Because the negative item glitch is cool that we solved it, but currently we don't have anything super practical to use it on. Missing name item hinges heavily on having School of Corruption to be able to utilize it. But basically what Valorant figured out is the School of Corruption items that you get, because like if you dupe, I don't know, let me add School of Corruption to myself. Let me find it really quick. 27116. Oops. Okay, so people, when you have the School of Corruption and you use it on NPCs, they have like... It doesn't always work. Oh wait, no, the way this works... Okay, sorry. Oh my god, how am I all the way back here? That's not what I wanted. I'm falling apart. I'm falling apart, guys. Okay, so... School of Corruption... I believe you just... I believe you do this. You create a clone. You kill the clone. And then as soon as that happens, you quick save, quick load, and it's a permanent corpse. Why am I so... Oh, skooma. And then you can go into this inventory and it'll have missing name items. And the reason it has missing name items, according to Valornin, is that these represent like leveled item event things. Like they generate items and stuff. So like this one, I believe, determines your. It's called like LL0, like whatever her class name is, gold, and it gives you a leveled amount of gold on her corpse, right? So that's you can grab the physical item of that, right? And now you have the leveled loot item on you. But like, see how that's like 251? When I get rid of it, my weight is 252, and when I grab it, it goes down because it has -1 weight to it, which is hilarious. What if those items are worth -1 as well? Might be able to underflow gold. Oh, like the the it's worth -1 gold, you mean? Yeah, like yeah, let's sell it. Does it have negative value? Okay, let's go to a shop. So the idea, guys, is that all the NPCs in the game have some items on them that are like inaccessible, but you can access them by using the Skull of Corruption on a clone and killing it in this way. So what we could do is look around in the construction set and find NPCs that have items that are like we could find all the unique items that these NPCs have and see if any of them do anything interesting. Like that video I showed earlier where deer spawned when the guy dropped a missing name item. That could be an item that's on like an Imperial Legion Forester so that it makes him hunt deer and you could like spawn deer wherever you want by dropping it or something. I don't know. Who's someone that buys anything? Probably Thorinir, right? Daedra in the Kvatch Oblivion Gate. Okay, that's good to know. So I can't sell him the missing item, it looks like. I still have it on me, right? Like it didn't disappear. Maybe like a fence would have it? Or like... It's a miscellaneous item. Oh, right. This. So now we can sell. Now we can sell anything to anybody. Oh, it treats it as a giveaway because it doesn't have -1 gold. It has 0 gold, or at least the game says if it's less than 0 or less than 1 gold, then it's a giveaway. It doesn't have enough gold. What does that mean? To give away? This is getting weird. What a bizarre scenario. You can't give it away. Oh, I don't know what that is. Like, random things just have a broken texture and then they'll be randomly fixed. I have no idea what causes that. Like, now they're normal. They're like a normal item, but sometimes the clog texture just doesn't appear. I really couldn't tell you. Let me... Okay, so... The missing items have huge potential to be like super duper broken. So let me write what we know. We know missing name items can or will prompt the give away item pop-up, yet the merchant does not have enough gold. Could these items be massively negative in value? Okay. Is there a way to log the attempted transaction, maybe with a memory state reader? Maybe, I'm not sure. Why work if his selling wasn't capped at 1300? Well, the question is, does any merchant, no merchants have like an uncapped sell value, right? Like, what would that be? We might also want to go through the construction set and look at all the NPCs in the game and see like what uniquely broken items they have on them. Because this one in particular doesn't do anything. Ooh, okay. Yeah, let me try that. Does anyone know what the difference? I guess I can just unlock both of them and see. Like a rare item chest or something. Okay, so this is actual. This doesn't match up, does it? Yeah, this isn't even like close to his inventory state, but maybe those are the respawn. Oh. Maybe those are the respawning items. Huh. It doesn't appear. Let me move it to the other chest. Does he not sell miscellaneous items? No, they're right there. Is that normal? I'm gonna empty like his whole inventory, I think. Oh god, this is gonna take forever. Oh yeah, because it's negative value. I'm wondering why the arrows are infinite. Is that a mechanic I'm unaware of? I guess that would make sense, but if I take this out... Yeah, that's just a mechanic. Okay, so... We can't do anything... Oh, now I have a bunch of garbage in my inventory. Okay, so we can't do anything with that. What happens if you dupe drop it? And is there an actual... What is happening? This is a new one. Maybe we could pick it up by triggering a loot bag. Oh yeah, the bag of holding, right. How do I deliberately trigger the loot bag, though? Also, now this is my autosave, just like in the middle of nothingness. I gotta reset this, I guess. Can get away with that? Okay, anyway. What would duping it with scrolls and using the loot bag achieve, I guess, is my question. $3368D. Oh, is this gonna... That's not what I want. Unless it's based on... Is it total object entities? Okay. So, one pumpkin. You get scrolls. I don't want to look up the scroll ID because I'm lazy. Not really sure. I don't know. I don't know where any of this is heading, but I guess it's just fun to test it, you know? You're saying to just get like a ton of scrolls and dupe the missing name item like a bajillion times. If I can't pick it back up, I have to start with like an uncomfortable amount of scrolls. I need something that shows up in individual stacks. Don't pumpkins show up in individual stacks? This is probably ill-advised. Oh, it didn't even work. It gave me a second chance, but I will persevere with how stupid I am. Just want to see if this triggers the bag. Because I need to know what the value is that triggers it before committing to trying to dupe the other item that, like... Actually, the other item has no physics simulation, though, I suppose. That's true. Let's just see how this pans out, though. There's no bag yet. This is at 3,000-ish pumpkins. Oh god. Welcome to my PowerPoint about pumpkins. I'll try to get to the door. There, I'm dumb. Okay, there we go. It's not running too hot, you know? I literally can't leave the cell. Oh, it crashed. Oh my god. Okay, we'll try it with the missing name item then. The question is, when you dupe the missing name item, is it in individual stacks or not? Oh, it's stolen. I can't even dupe it. I didn't acquire it in the right fashion. Oh my god. Okay, back to the drawing board. I can target it with the console. Just figured since it had no hitbox, it wouldn't. Won't let me do it, it looks like. Not sure why. I think I just have to do this the right way. You can, but you need 2 of an item to do it. It's fine, this won't take very long. Lisp uses it. Oh, I didn't know that. I still don't think it's it's not a very readable system to do it that way. unfortunate that most of the stuff we've tried today hasn't really worked out. I wonder if I don't know, have we really made progress today is the question. Oops. Well, that messed up my computer. Yikes. Wait. Oh, was I just looking at a table? It appears to have not worked. With loot bags, I speculate that we can pick up every item that exists in-game, like logs, boulders, and other exotic items. It would be interesting. I think we have to figure out what makes the loot bag trigger, because in this case, it clearly has nothing to do with your hardware, since it's just like always letting me do anything I want, no matter how much it lags. Testing this has crashed my encoding on my OBS. Oof. Maybe it is certain cells trigger a loot bag. Like, a loot bag in this room would allow you to get all of his items, right? Which would be not great. So maybe certain rooms are, like, not allowed. I know it can happen in a jail cell. Or, like, maybe the waterfront house. Because that's pretty small. Post a link on the Discord. Okay, let me check that out. Sorry, I'm getting kind of tired. Loot bag will appear in a cell when too many items are dropped on the ground in order to prevent the game from crashing. Okay. Items may be dropped normally again. If there's another bag creating event in a cell already containing a loot bag, items in that cell are moved into that loot bag. Loot bags can be created using duplication scroll glitch. Duplicate a single lockpick with about 360 scrolls. Start picking up as many lockpicks as you can. When you see a message that says loading area, attempt to enter and exit your inventory repeatedly. You should see all lockpicks disappear. A loot bag will be directly under you. This may be used to steal everything in a room or access items that can't normally be accessed, i.e. caged Varla stones, items that have fallen into an abyss or through a floor, wanted posters, etc. Okay, that's interesting. Let's go try that. Well, okay, so it said like 360. Whatever, like, this is probably close enough. Okay, good. It said 360 scrolls and a lockpick. I can never go back to that room. If I go here... and I do this... Why are lockpicks so laggy? So it says by trying to pick these up, it'll trigger the load area thing. It also said to mess with your inventory. It's not triggering load area though. Yeah, lockpicks must have like a million polygons. So this is continuing to lag, but it has not generated a loot bag. So I wonder what's up with that. This has only been tested on Xbox 360. Have you guys gotten a loot bag to appear in not console? Because it might just be a console specific thing. Yeah.
My name is Carlin. Take care.
Can't do Bogma. Worth a shot though, right? Just to see if we forgot to test the regular dupe glitch. The only logical conclusion I can draw is that we need to get a really stupid amount of lockpicks now. Well, this will exceed that, so we'll see. This would be funny, like you go into a room and you just do this to get the items you needed. You could steal the Elder Scroll or something. I wonder if you could steal the Elder Scroll with the nude warping glitch. Might be able to. The problem is just look how long this takes, even if this is how you generate a loot bag. You spawned Marin's Dagon to get a loot bag to appear. Are we at the amount we need yet? If I look away, the physics won't happen. People are gonna just, like, think my stream is just this laggy. I can't even, like... Okay, I'm gonna stop touching the mouse for a second. They really should have. Paintbrushes are. Oh, you can use paintbrushes. Oh yeah, because they all float. Get me out of there. Okay, so let me find a paintbrush. What's something that we could use this for, by the way? Like you think 1BBC5. Or well, oh, wait, I don't want that many. Oh, whoops. Accidentally picked that up. Okay, so I want. Oh, I just meant. Yeah, yeah, like that would be good for the negative item weight thing. But I was just saying, like, the. Yeah, when you look at it, that have. So it's not. It's just that one, right? Yeah. So is it still spawning them in? I guess it is. The time it takes to get to 2,000, I doubt there's any item in the whole universe we could ever need, you know, that we couldn't get any faster without this. This really takes a while, wow. Part of me wants to see what happens when it crashes the game. You could spawn multiple stacks. Like, you could have multiple paintbrush stacks all at once. Have you guys seen this before? Probably. Where's this item? 1 second. You've probably seen this, but we can just watch this while this goes. The infinite brush jar physics. Just like never ends. They just forgot to make it have any entropy. Oh, it ended. What was that? Maybe it hit like a surface weird. I've looked at these for like quite a while before and never had them just like completely stop unless they hit something that rug might be getting in the way. In a completely truly uninterrupted surface, it'll just never stop. It's still spawning these? No, it spawned them all. So the next logical conclusion is to take one and do it again. Wait. Hold up. It's spawning more of them now. What? I don't know. You know what we have to do, though? I don't think this... Oh. How is it handling this better than the lockpicks? How's my game not crashed yet? Maybe she likes art. I'm trying really hard to look at the center of this, and my mouse keeps overshooting it. You think it's about time for that loot bag, Bethesda? You would think they would have made it well past this point. Okay, what happens here? Put it all in a loot bag, please. Come on. Just crashed. Okay. I don't know if the loot bag thing is gonna work. There doesn't seem to be like a quick way to just like, bam, loot bag. You know what I mean? Probably want to delete this so that it doesn't lag everything out. Same with this. Right. Yeah, it's probably just not even on PC, like, organically. Well, that was interesting, though. Let's look at the, other stuff going on here. So we already kind of looked into inventory overflow. And we kind of concluded I'm not quick enough with Cheat Engine for that to be something to look into right now. We could try looking at the construction set for more items that have like this identifier, or just like, you know, Valorant showed a screenshot. So let me actually, this was huge. This was a big find for today. That was funny. Oh, and I want to try the nude warping of the Staff of Everscamp. Yeah, we have to hot swap the RAM mid-run because we want it to be good up until that part. That's probably the play. Okay, so we're gonna like nude warp into the Staff of Everscamp lady's house and see if we can pull the staff off of her and see what happens. 17 stack, okay. Not a Darji. I believe it's this house. Yeah. Okay, so if I load warp and I pull the version that was outdoors off of a USB. Nice. Great. And it didn't save. I'm dumb. So I need to activate permakey and do this again. Sorry if the pace of this stream is getting pretty slow. I'm pretty tired, so I'm just trying to be kind of chill. Okay, so I want to make a save here. And then I want permakey. now I should be able to just get into this house, like, straight up. Then I load a save that's outdoors, like so. Now she has the Staff of Everscan, but it's not on her. So now I should be able to take it. This has done nothing somehow. Oh boy. This seems to have just broken this quest.
I was able to get. Al should be able to help rid me. Al
Okay, let me try that again.
is stupid. Al is a practiced
It must be a quest update that triggers this, not the actual acquisition of the item or something. Does it reduce base speed? The staff? Probably.
Please don't.
Well, that didn't seem... Unfortunately, that didn't seem to do anything. Well, okay. So I guess we'll research more overflow stuff offline, and I'll do a stream once we solve it, showing kind of what's going on with that. It's a lot of me and Valorant and a bunch of other people just staring at numbers for like hours, and then we'll be like, hey, we found it. So I don't know how interesting of a stream that would really make. Let me flip the construction set here really quick, though. Because it would be interesting on the missing stack items, or missing name items are like the only thing we haven't like extensively checked today. How do I get a list of just all NPCs in the construction? Here, I'm gonna just... Here. Okay. We're in the construction set. Somewhere in here is the NPC list that Valorant showed me. Let's say the name of anything. Brighten lights. Enable sky. It's gonna be none of this, is it? Under world object. Oh, actors right there. Or no. Oh, I'm so stupid. I have to load the ESM first. Okay. I know you can't see anything yet, but in a second I'll make it more visible. Man, this is taking a while to load the ESM. Okay, there we go. So in this window, sorry about the awful view, but in this window, I guess you can look at these, like, how do I read any of this? I gotta get better at this. Valorant, let me find the thing Valorant posted. NPC, and it just has the inventory. This is a creature. Oh, I'm in the wrong. If I go here and I go to inventory. Right, okay, so we have like the, let me show you what I'm talking about, or what Valorant's talking about. So, which one, is it not gonna show it? Not this. Not this. Can I really not show like the one window? There we go. So this window here, this item for this specific NPC is LL0 NPC gold lower class. See how it has like the mystery item thing right there? Look at the question block. These are the missing name items when you use Skull of Corruption on people. So Valorant already found one that has like a ton of these on it. It was the Kvatch Dremora enemy. Okay. So, but like theoretically, some of these objects would do things that aren't explicitly for loot on a character. Some of them might have other things on them, so it could be interesting to try to pull those items off of them and stuff. MS-48. This? Why is it not updating properly? There we go. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, so it has 17 plus this, but it has like a 17 stack of negative item weight, basically. So it's minus 17 weight, and we would take this off of it and dupe it repeatedly using Skull of Corruption. So let's show that cycle of gameplay then. Okay, so we go in here. Right by the tower, you say. Okay, so we go here. That was all awful. Okay. I've never seen that happen. That can knock you, or did I, oh, I just happened to get knocked out. I thought the thing knocked me out. That's funny. Not the scout. Should be somewhere around here. Oh, it is the scout. Okay. Oh, good. He died right when I wanted to. Oh my god. I'm so bad today. Okay. I want this. And then don't want that. And then this. Alright, let me make a better save. Sorry, I didn't know it was the scout. I thought it would be called, like, the patroller thing or whatever. I'm gonna make a save here. He has, like, 2k arrows at level 50. Oh, really? I hate this thing. Please move. Okay, so if I clone him and kill... Then quick save, quick load. That gives us 17 of the item. And then I guess we can take that. And then we'd want to do it again. Can you not clone him twice? Huh. If I can't continue cycling these off of him, what do I get? Am I missing something? There we go. Okay, good. He's just fighting me now. Oh wait, I can't clone the clone. Okay. Oh, you're saying I just get the starting bank of items from this guy for later, is what you mean. Can it reflect staff of corruption back at yourself? Drop the staff before it hits, and you'll clone yourself without the NPC having to do it. But this only gives me... I guess it would stack, so the first time you get 7... or you get like 34 of them, and then it would go up from there. So I get the appeal of that. The setup would just... At that point, the setup's so complicated that, like... It'd probably be faster to just perma-enchant a handful of rings. Not sure. We could just put them into NPC's pockets and clone them again. That's true. Like, I don't know. Like, we could do that every time we have to go kill somebody for a quest. We could just do that. But I don't know. There's gotta be some faster way to dupe these. With, like, the actual negative weight. I don't know what that would be. No one happens to have a negative amount of the leveled loot object on them. That'd be the only thing I could think of, is if someone is set to have like -1 leveled loot item 0 thingy, you know what I mean? Let me see if in the construction set it even has like... Does it even show like an amount? No. Or no, it has count 17. So if we can find a negative count of LL0 whatever, is LL0 the only type of item that has like the missing value to it, by the way? Oh, true. Is there any way we could make the game think we have negative of it? Right, okay, that makes sense. How long am I passed out here? That's not even worth it. Well, okay. This is, like, getting this to get the starting amount's good to know. I'll write all that down. The Dremor Scout outside the Kvatch Tower has 17 leveled item, or leveled missing name items. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you could pick... Scroll duping technically works, you just can't pick them back up, I think is the situation. Like, because we can scroll dupe, like, a ton of them, but, like, yeah, like, the loot bag thing would be really cool. The problem is it lags so bad, getting 2 million negative weight would just be like unreasonably hard to do. Okay, so Dremora Scout outside Cash Tower has 17 leveled missing name items. Can use those to get a good starting amount. Reflect the rest off. Or dupe the rest via cloning yourself. Okay. I feel like we haven't actually gotten anything super concrete done today. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's been tested and stuff, which is nice, but I don't know. Wish some of this stuff was working out a little more, but I don't. Might need to just do more data mining offline to figure out more about how these mystery items work. The deer one is interesting to me, because it's like... Use a virtual machine, that'd be funny. The thing that's weird to me... Those are just free, that's cool. Is we have that video of the guy spawning the deer with a missing name item, right? So we have that option. I vote that what might be worth doing is look in the construction set, try to find the missing name object that spawns for deer, and then use that and figure out, is there an NPC somewhere or a chest somewhere in the game that has this item that this person could have feasibly acquired that from in a vanilla way, because they said that might be due to mods. That could be kind of interesting, because if that's true, there could be all sorts of fun little script objects that, some sort of script objects that run and stuff. So, could do something like that. I don't know. I'm still really stuck on the, trying to figure out, whatever it's called. The Boris and the sewer skip options. I seriously don't know which one's better yet. Because one of them requires excessive amount of setup time per NPC that needs its schedule in a certain spot, but you can do the main quest simultaneously with the rest of the route logic. The other one, there is no extra setups, but you have to backtrack the entire main quest with extremely difficult combat. So I don't really know which option to go with here, basically. But yeah, it's getting hard to figure out. Like, there's no obvious choices to make for V4 routing. Everything's like a huge risk at this point, which is, you know, it can be fun, but it's also a little frustrating that we hit a wall so often on trying to discover stuff, I guess. But that's to be expected, I suppose, as you find more and more things out about the game, so hopefully from thoroughly documenting it all, we'll be able to have all the tools at our disposal and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting pretty burnt out today. I don't know if I want to do more Oblivion stuff. I might do Redguard, because I don't have to think, but I think we got a good amount of stuff done. We learned a bunch of things not to do, and a few leads on things we could do, you know. But I don't know. Anyone interested in Redguard? Because for people who weren't there, we learned that in Redguard you can actually just run right through, or like right past stuff and not actually engage in combat when you're in dungeons, and there's like no penalty. So we're actually going to probably get through it relatively quick now that we can just run past enemies. So yeah, I'm trying to think, like, is there anything else to test today? Just not sure. The Oblivion Gate stuff was like, I don't know how I didn't get burnt out on Oblivion Gate stuff, because that was like 7 to 8 hours straight of just opening and closing gates. But, like, this stuff's just like another... I feel like I didn't get much done, like, today compared to, like, those types of streams and stuff, but... I don't know. I've been tired in general lately, so I've been trying to not, like, burn myself out too hard on this project, you know? Anyway, let's do Redguard. Yeah, thanks everyone for helping with glitch hunting and stuff, and we're making good progress even though the stuff tested today didn't totally work out. we're closing in on something very big. I feel like, there's something horribly broken hiding within all of these other interconnected parts that we're discovering. So all good stuff. Yeah, let me close the construction set. Okay. This open.